2.7 million views. That's crazy. And approaching 35,000 subscribers. Oh. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to my studio. My name is Michael Markowsky, and today we're going to look at another artist that I love, one of my favorite artists, and we're going to do our best to recreate their artwork. We're going to be looking at Paul Ranson, and this picture known as Lustral or as the Blue Bather. It's at the Musée d'Orsay in Paris, kind of the museum that houses a lot of the great Impressionist and Post-Impressionist works. And I just love this painting. I love the colors. I love the way it's painted with these dark outlines. Yet there's not a lot of contrast going into this painting. This is going to be one of our easier paintings to do, which is a change because we've been doing a lot of more difficult stuff like Leonardo and Michelangelo and Raphael and all of the Ninja Turtles. Literally, we just did. So let's look at our plan, or sort of the scale of difficulty. As I said, most of the recent episodes have been kind of in this advanced category. I'm going to say we're going to be probably at level number 2 here. So there's your beginner, novice. You know, you've maybe done the color wheel along with me, and maybe you've done a few other paintings just to get started. But if this is your 3rd or 4th picture, I think you'll be totally fine with this one. I'm not expecting any big curveballs out of this, so that's kind of a nice change compared to some of the more like here's our Donatello one we did a few weeks ago, which took some time and is definitely in their more advanced stages. But if you can get there, this is the first step, right? Or second step, really. Okay, let's look at the plan for today's episode. We're going to have a quick discussion about the materials required and the different kinds of paints that you'll need. Then we're going to talk about get the image on the canvas using our image transfer process with some carbon paper. Then we're going to stain the picture with some color. Then we're going to talk about Paul Ranson's biography and the Les Nabis movement, to which he was a founding member of. Underpainting. We'll look at it when we get here. I'd love to not have to do this, but because it's going to be a darker picture, we'll see. Maybe we'll do a little experimentation when we get there. And because of the way this picture's painted, determining what is the background and foreground is going to be, not necessarily a challenge, but this is really one of the first. Ranson fills that gap between Impressionism and more avant-garde movements, where really the idea of a background and foreground starts to get kind of blurry. And so we'll talk about that when we get here. We might even just use these background, foreground kind of things as just divisions, as time markers, as opposed to literally areas where we're working. I'm hoping to get this done within about 3 hours or so, which will be, again, a change from some of the 9, 12-hour episodes I've done recently. So let's also just cover a little bit of business here. To like, subscribe, hit the notification bell. If you're new to the channel, please do that. It's free, and it really helps out a YouTuber like myself. I often do videos that take place on unusual times and hours and days of the week that fall out of my normal Tuesday routine, such as our feedback episode, which I think is going to be tomorrow afternoon. So, again, good idea to hit the notification bell and join our Facebook group as well, so you get the latest news of what's going on. And if you're feeling generous and you want to support the channel with a small financial contribution or a gigantic large one, feel free to donate $1, $5 through PayPal, to send an e-transfer via my email or check in the mail. And to get the address, again, send me an email. My email is on the Facebook group and on my website. Those links are down below, as well as the PayPal link. You can use the YouTube Super Chat, and I'm not going to turn money down, but YouTube does take like 40% of your donations. So, you know, if you're intending to support me in the way that benefits me and the channel the most, these other three ones are probably your better bets. Okay, in the chat there we've got I Show Facts says, I can't wait. Senga's there. Hi, Senga. Hope you're well. Kathy says, hi, everyone. I'm down with a cold, so chilling out in my favorite place to watch today, tea in hand. Oh, well, we hope you get better soon, Kathy. I love that you're sitting here tuning in as you're trying to recover. So we're going to send you some good vibes, and hopefully a little bit of this painting helps cure what ails. Kat says, I wonder who's going to watch. I haven't seen Lolly for a while. I Show Facts says, hello, sir. I'm a beginner artist, and you are my idol. I just wanted to thank you for your amazing courses that I can watch for hours without getting bored. The effort you are giving is undisputed. Thank you. Oh, my goodness. Wow. Thank you very much. That's... I'm deeply flattered. That is very, very sweet of you. That's very nice of you to say. Wow, I'm a little bit of a loss for words. Those are some very generous compliments. And if you've watched for any length of time, you know I'm very rarely lost for words. So I appreciate that. Thank you so much. And I hope that you're sharing some work to our Facebook group so we can celebrate your work. Again, we're going to be doing a feedback episode tomorrow where I take a look at everybody's work that's on the Facebook group and offer free suggestions on how to improve them, and also just a lot of congratulations, because I think anybody making art is doing the world a favor. So awesome. Okay. So our first step here, let me just get my standing mat back in order here. Okay, our first step is just want to talk a little bit about some materials that we can use to make this painting. So I'm going to go through the individual paints that we're going to need here in a moment, but obviously if we're going to make an acrylic painting, we want some acrylic paint. I'm going to use... Well, I don't know if I'm going to be using glazing. I probably will actually be using a little bit of glazing fluid or matte medium. Basically, they just make the paint a little more transparent. The difference is your glazing fluid has a chemical that slows the drying time down. Yeah, I will think about that when we get there. But these I often use almost in every episode. So glazing fluid and matte medium. We're going to be doing this on a 9x12 size canvas board. And here's a few other things you might need, like a paintbrush and a cup of water to clean your brushes off in. Optional stuff here for you, potentially having like a Posca pen to do the outlines later on. That could be useful. It costs like $4 at your local art supply store, and they're great for doing lines. Much better for that than using a Sharpie. Sharpie probably is kind of a big no-no when you're painting. I mean, depending on your goal, but that Sharpie is probably best used on the back of the painting to sign your name, because that Sharpie is not intended for art purposes, and over time it can yellow or discolor. Sorry, I'm gonna sneeze here. Muted the microphone and everything, anticipating a gigantic sneeze, and it was like, no, I'm gonna wait until you're not expecting it. Okay, other things to think about when you're making a painting is to be a little bit prepared for a total disaster. So having some rags, napkins, things that can get messy, including your clothes, right? This sweater might look kind of nice, but there's little drips of paint all over it. So I wouldn't wear your finest church-going clothes to class. And so the method that we're going to use is what we call a split primary palette. That means because every color's got a temperature, and so we're going to split the so-called primary colors in half into their warm and cool components. That's why we got 2 yellows, 2 reds, 2 blues. We're going to use white, and we're going to mix our own black. So you can really just get away with 7 tubes of paint. I have a black tube of paint that I bought when I started these Master Study episodes almost 4 years ago now, and it's still half full. So I rarely use black because I can mix my own. It's not as dark as a black you'll buy from the art supply store, but pretty darn close. So just as a quick little mention here about color temperature, I did a whole episode on color temperature that goes deep into this, but just to kind of let you know about why we're using this method is because it really reinforces the concepts of color temperature, the differences between warm and cool colors. Warm colors appear to advance, cool colors appear to recede. In this painting, though, as I said, there isn't a lot of depth in the traditional way that artists had been using or creating the illusionistic space. So we'll talk about kind of what Ranson was doing here and why it was so radical. Really, I mean, I think Ranson deserves a little bit more recognition than he has been given over the decades for his real pioneering work in the avant-garde movement, or pre-avant-garde, really. Okay, so let's just take a look at the brand of paint that I'm going to be using. I'm going to be using these Amsterdam paints. This is a 250 milliliter tube, which costs about $15 to $17 Canadian, probably $13 to $15 American. If you're paying $20, $25 for this paint, way too much. I'm sure you can find it online from somewhere else. I see these routinely on Amazon for $24, $27 a tube. Whoa, 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 pump the brake, find another place to buy your paint, because Amazon's good for some things, but not everything. So I'm going to be using this tube of paint here, my Azo Yellow Deep, for my Imprimatura. We'll talk about that here in a moment. But if you don't have this brand of paint, I'm not sponsored or paid, you haven't been given any free supplies or anything, I'm not promoting it, I just think this is your best bang for the buck. Golden, a higher quality paint, but 3 times the price. And whether you would notice the difference is probably most beginners would never notice the difference. In fact, they may even prefer to paint with this because it's a little bit more of a soft body acrylic as opposed to golden, which is a little bit thicker in a heavy body paint. Okay, so there's my sneeze came out as a cough. There you go. It had to kind of transform a little bit here. Somebody's pounding on my door. It might be a package here. Let me just take one. A solicitor trying to sell me cheap internet, but really banged on the door like it was something very urgent. Okay, so sorry about that. I was like, it sounds more than just someone trying to sell me something. It sounds like someone's got something for me. You can hear them now talking to the neighbor. Okay, so let's just look at a few other brands here that you could also use. You can find this list in the Dropbox folder, one of the top, I think it's the very top folder in the Dropbox, which we'll look at here shortly, has a PDF with this entire list on there, so you could just print this list out and take it to your art supply shop and find the paints here. Now, if you if you are using a brand of paint that I don't have listed here, please let me know so I can do some research and find out what I would suggest you use, and then I can add it to this for future episodes. Now, a couple of brands I don't like that I have used in person and I don't recommend them, Peebo or Museum Color, both because they've included way too much titanium white as a filler. Now, there's titanium white in here. In fact, I think you probably even find it on the... Probably it's not listed in here, but on, I'm sure on their website they'll list what is actually inside of this, and there is some titanium white in there, but a small amount. Both Peebo, and you know, Peebo is a huge global brand. You can find this at many art supply stores, including Michael's, and so it's a real shame that they have cheapened out with so much white in there. Now, if you're doing a lot of impressionist paintings where you're doing a lot of pastel-like colors, Peebo or Museum Color will probably work fine, but just know that you'll never be able to mix a black, and your colors are never going to be as saturated as they might first appear right out of the tube. So they're yeah, anyway, so I would suggest anything but these here. So let's so those are the materials. So let's go to our first step here, which is to do an image transfer. So to do an image transfer, you could take my entire 45 episode How to Draw course here on YouTube. It's linked in the description down there below. It's super popular, like 500,000 people or so have done that course. So if you want to do that, you could pause this video, take a few weeks off, do that, and then come back. Or you could save yourself some time and download this free template that I've created. It's in the Dropbox folder down there below. So if you click on the link for the Dropbox folder, so this is where I was saying at the very top, you'll see this art supply guide. You can download that. It has the list of all the paints I was just talking about. These are our first exercises: painting a color wheel, learning about color temperature, painting a value scale. And then the next 50 folders, 100 folders, I don't know how many these are here, are for our more introductory episodes. And I just made a kind of a last minute change and put today's episode in this group here because I think it is one of our easier paintings. Previously, I had it listed with this next 100 or 200 folders down below here. These are ones that are a little bit more complicated. Like here's the Mona Lisa right in there, right? So we're talking paintings that require a little bit more time, a little bit more experience and knowledge. But certainly you're welcome to print them out and color them, or try to paint them too. Just know that, you know, to get the results that you might see me being able to achieve is because I've been doing this for, you know, just a couple days, right? So a little bit more experience. So some of these, you know, I'm looking at them and I'm like, wow, yeah, some of these gave me some fits. So, but yeah, you've got pretty much a painting from every era and from as many different countries and cultures and genders and things that you can possibly imagine here. I'm trying to cover as many bases as possible. So anyway, Paul Ranson, Z34. So you'll see here's the original artwork, or actually technically it's not the original. I have done some manipulation to extend the edges and eliminated this little thing at the very bottom. We'll talk about that shortly. And then I did the outline using my iPad Pro with the Procreate app. I just traced over all of those lines, and so that's how we get to an image like this. So you've got your original image, and then there's the outline. So let's bring that in here. So you print it out, you download it onto your desktop. Print it out with your inkjet, laserjet printer, doesn't really matter. And then I'm going to put it onto this 9x12 size canvas panel or canvas board. It usually comes wrapped in plastic. I take the plastic off, I gently sand it, and then I apply some white acrylic gesso, let that dry overnight, and then I use some 100 grit sandpaper. You know, I just staple it like that to a block of 2x4, and then you can just nice and gently sand it, and that gives us a smoother surface. And I like painting on a smoother surface. Now, not everybody does. Some people like that rougher texture. Okay, and these canvases, I like this brand, this Fixsmith. There's a link to an Amazon. There's an Amazon link in the description below if you want to get those. These are, I think, worth getting from Amazon. They come out to about $2 a piece. You buy a pack of 12 for like 24 bucks. Which is better than the ones you get at the dollar store for $1. Even though, so it's only, you know, it's twice the price, but 5 times the quality, I would say. The dollar store ones aren't bad. I just think that these are superior. And they're probably going to last a little bit longer. Okay. Let's find a piece of, you see, all these pieces of carbon paper I've used many times. I was just doing all Easter weekend long, my daughter and I were making some paintings. Making a huge mess. But, man, did we have fun. So, that's what's most important. And she did not want to stop making art, and when we were all done, cried as we were going up the stairs, wanted to come back down and paint, which, you know, for an artist is like, you know, it's kind of cool when your child is into something that you're into. So, we'll see what she decides to do with her life at whatever point that happens to be, right? But I'm a proud papa. Okay, so I've put my carbon paper under here, and man, the chat is just going wild. Okay, I'll come back to those comments there. Okay, so I've got a lot of lines on here. Now, I'm not going to do all of these, because that's just going to take forever. So I'm going to do kind of the large shapes. And then the smaller ones, like some of all of these extra lines, I think we can probably do without. So I'm not even going to bother drawing all those lines all the way down here. Because it's possible, or it's likely that I might kind of consolidate some of those lines from, you know, let's say 10 lines into 5 lines. So the less lines there are right now in those places, the easier it will be for me to do that. Like I'm going to ignore all of this right here. And then there's kind of this patterning in the, I don't even know what, like it kind of looks like it's wallpaper, but then if it's wallpaper, how is it behaving down here? I mean, there's a lot of interesting weirdness going on. in this painting. Ranson was a really interesting figure, kind of a bit of a tragic life. As is tragically common for artists to have tragic lives. You gotta laugh, you gotta laugh. Okay, as I said, I'm just gonna think about what I want to do with the background. Do I want to trace all of those shapes out? I probably will. So you see, I just move my carbon paper down. That way I can get those lines as they go off the table. So that's where we're at so far. So I suppose I should do some of these patterns in the background. Although I might try to just simplify it here. So I'm just going to do kind of a few of these that are kind of particularly visible. So I could just stop here. See, I'll just put these side by side. I mean, I think if I just stopped here, I think that would be totally fine. I guess I am gonna do these little patterns though, just so that I can show people how I would do them. But I think if you were just decide, you know what, I don't need them, I think that would be okay. I mean, I think even just the way Ranson painted these patterns, like, I mean, I think it's not that he was lazy, I just don't think for him making everything super symmetrical was like a major priority. Which is one thing that kind of makes him, you know, why he's so important, is because artists around this time, kind of beginning with Impressionism, start to take more and more liberties with, let's say, quote-unquote reality. And they start trying to do things that are maybe less realistic and more abstract, where like they're removing unnecessary details, or what they deem to be unnecessary details. And so what Ranson is doing here, particularly in a painting like this, is something that, you know, really prefigures work by like Matisse and Picasso, you know, 20 years before they really moved into the same territory. So I think he's a major pioneer, and that's why I think it's about time that an artist like Ranson, and really the whole Nabi group, was reevaluated. One more right up here. Okay, so you know, when all those lines do kind of make it feel pretty busy. Oh, there's this. But don't let that intimidate you if this is one of your first paintings. That's why I was almost a little bit reluctant to do those background things. Some people might be like, whoa, that got complicated real quick. That's okay. Okay, let me just try to go through. Wow, okay. There's Ari. This is good evening, good morning. Pascal, hey group, hi Michael. I heard Nabi, so of course I'll be around. Yeah, and Pascal, you know, this is, you mentioned the Nabi group, you know, about 2 years ago as artists that you would like to explore. So I've made a note of all those things that people wrote down of artists that they wanted me to feature in these classes. So, you know, artists like Ranson and Cerisier, Bonnard, definitely you helped inspire me to choose those artists. So I appreciate that. I'm glad that you're here for this episode. Oh, Senga says, my niece is starting your drawing course. That's so cool. I would love to see what your niece does. That's so neat. I wonder how old your niece is. Ah, there's Abdullah says, hello, sir. Good morning. How's your day going? I'm doing great. I had a little bit of an afternoon nap today. This weekend, in Canada, it's a 4-day long weekend. And I spent the whole weekend doing fun little things with my daughter, and so today, after I dropped her off at school, I just fell asleep on the couch. I was like, oh, this is my my little bit of a break before I get back to work here, like right now. So, but boy, oh boy, it was good. It was definitely life affirming, that's for sure. Spending lots of time with your kids. I find it funny when you guys follow along in the comments here with what I was saying about, like, the paints. Pascal talking about stay away from museum color. Walter White. Yeah, that's funny. Ari says, I discovered the biggest art supply store I've ever seen in my city. Felt like a place for artists. It was like a dream, but my wallet didn't enjoy it. Yeah. That's, you know, when I literally, when I go to art supply store now, I have to have a list, and then I don't buy anything that's not on the list. I write it down, take a deep breath, and then have a think on it. And then if I do need it, I make a point to come back, because often I just end up with like, oh, wow, look at this sketchbook. This is great. It's half price. Okay, I gotta need that. And then I end up having shelves, like you see behind me, full of art supplies. And then I'm like, how did I get so many sketchbooks? And then I'm like, oh, yes, because I can't stop buying art supplies. Senga says, my niece subscribed to your channel today, Michael. She is 10 and wants to learn how to draw. She loves looking at my sketchbook and also my paintings. Oh, she also paints too. Wow, that's so awesome. She's 10 years old. Wow, can you imagine if you learned some of these skills at age 10? What you'd be able to do at, you know, when you get a little bit older, like me? I mean, wow, you know, that's super cool. What a head start and great gift that you've given her to introduce her to some art classes. Well done, Senga, all-star. Okay, let's move on here. Now what I want to do is apply a stain, some color onto this white canvas and change that, you know, scary whiteness with something. And I'm going to use what artists have been using for about 600 years in the West, which is called the Imprimatura. Say it with me, Imprimatura. It's an Italian word for the priming layer, or the first layer of paint. And so that's what I like to do. Now, today, you see less and less people doing this particular technique, but, you know, I teach at an art school here in Vancouver, Canada, and we talk about this kind of stuff. You know, I think you can learn it, and then whether you decide to use it or not, you have that option, but at least you know that this is a possibility if you want to use it again in the future. Now, I'm going to use this warm yellow, But you don't need to use warm yellow. You could use fluorescent pink or green or orange or blue or purple, whatever you want. Traditionally, artists used not this warm yellow. This is definitely my thing. That sort of just came out of these classes accidentally, because traditionally artists use like a warm brown, like a brick red kind of color, rusty red, and they would put that on and sometimes even combine it with the underpainting step that we'll do after this. But I've noticed that the warm yellow looks virtually the same as a brown Imprimatura, except it actually makes things appear just a little bit brighter, a little bit more like a warm summer glow, you know, like that golden hour, you know, before the sun sets. So I like that. I like really bright colors, so this seems to suit me well. You don't have to do it, but I would strongly encourage you maybe to at least attempt it a few times. And if you watch some of our beginner painting episodes, you see me doing just that. So, and I even do a couple, like when I did a Hilma af Klint painting, oh gosh, probably like 3 years ago. And in that painting, I sort of divided it into 4 and applied different Imprimaturas and then painted the painting over top of that. And it seemed, when we do something like that, it makes it much easier to see how powerful this step can actually be. So I've added about half and half water to acrylic paint here. This is the only time I ever use water when I'm painting with acrylic paint. There's no law against using water in your acrylic paint. But just think you clean your brushes. If you're painting with acrylic paint, you use water to clean your brushes. And so water breaks down the bonds that hold the paint together, right? Because acrylic paint is actually very similar to white glue. So if you add a lot of glue or a lot of water to a glue, well, that glue is not going to be quite as powerful as it would normally be right out of the tube, right? Now, of course, the next thing is, okay, well, so then why would you do it at this step of all steps? Doesn't that mean the foundation is going to be shaky? That would be a very perceptive comment if you thought of that. Good job. You're really thinking now. I appreciate that. Well, it's because essentially gesso, the white surface that we're painting on top of, is plaster. It's like plaster mixed into paint. And if you know anything about plaster, like if you've been so fortunate to have broken a bone at some point in your life, before now most casts are done in fiberglass, but if you're of a certain age, you remember going to the hospital and getting a plaster cast on your broken leg or whatever, and probably the first thing they would have told you is don't get it wet, because you get it, a little bit of water soaks into that surface and it starts to get smelly and all sorts of things, right? It's not all that, it's not great. So plaster will absorb water really well, and so I add that water to the paint here so that it really helps this color seep into every nook and cranny, all the fibers of this painting, and I get a nice even coat. And the reason, and you can see here, I'm painting, I'm also wiping excess paint off onto a rag, or I got a little towel right here. Yeah, and so this takes that extra little bit. I love doing this kind of stuff. It really just feels like it's a part of my routine, or even at this point like a ritual. Like it's You know, like an athlete might have a particular routine before they play a sport. You know, a musician might have a particular routine before they play a concert. This is sort of like my little routine, like the preparing of the canvas. That was something I learned when I was in art school. Is sort of like, you know, I mean, I had teachers who would say half of the painting takes place before any paint gets on the surface. Right? It's which is why sometimes, like, I like to literally build my own canvases out of wood that I go to the hardware store and buy and cut down into smaller pieces and screw them together, stretch canvas over top of it. And so for a long time I was very resistant to using these store-bought canvas panels or canvas boards, because it was like, big part of the joy I get of making a painting is that making of the surface and preparing it. So that's also another reason why I like to gesso these and sand them, is it just gives me a greater sense of ownership over this surface that I'm painting on. There's Lisa. Lisa says, Michael, I love how you're exposing me to such a variety of artists I would not usually consider. Thank you so much for that. It says, the man, the myth, the legend, Michael. You guys are too sweet. Too sweet. Oh my goodness. Okay, let's go to our next step here. We'll let this dry. Okay. We'll let our canvas, the Imprimatura, dry on the surface of our painting, and while that's happening, let's take a look at the work of Paul Ranson and why he's such an important figure in the history of art, and really how I think he was a major pioneer in what would become the avant-garde art movement. So, maybe just a quick little shout out to the Facebook group to encourage people to join the Facebook group if you're watching right now. Again, tomorrow we're going to be doing a free feedback episode where I'm taking everything that's on here, giving free feedback to people who've posted recent images, whether it's drawings or paintings. I'd love to see what you've got and celebrate it. I hope you get a little bit better. Okay. Just get hydrated and caffeinated with my tea. So, Paul Ranson was born in 1861 and passes away at age 47 in 1909. And I think Paul Ranson was really one of the most interesting artists of this period, and also I think created some of the most beautiful images, stuff that we didn't really see for another 20 years until like the Fauvist artists and the Cubist artist appeared on the scene in the early 20th century, just as he dies in 1909. So I think he probably, the Fauvist movement kind of begins in 1900. And so he probably lived to see the beginning of that movement and that transition into the avant-garde world in Paris. It's just a real shame that he died when he did and wasn't really able to participate in that. Because had he lived even just another 10, 20 years longer, he would certainly be listed as probably one of the 10 most famous artists of the period, because he was really just getting going, I think. Okay, so Ranson is born in Limoges. Now I'm just trying to say, how do you say? I never tried to say the name of this town or city in central France. Limoges? Limoges? No, it's probably Limoges. Limoges? Anyway, so here we've got, you got Spain, France, Germany, Italy, and then kind of right here in the center, towards the west, this town here. You know, as I look at it, you know, this is an area that we don't usually, I don't think I've had too many artists that we've talked about from this area. Like the two biggest kind of towns, you've got Bordeaux up here, Nantes up there, Toulouse, and I guess Lyon. So, you know, this is probably, you know, this is on the route between Toulouse and Spain on your way up to Paris here. So anyway, this is where he was born. His mother died, sadly, during childbirth. So, which you could imagine having a pretty big effect on a kid as they grew older and learned about that. You know, just imagine, wow, my mother died giving birth to me. Man, like you would, that would be, you know, I feel like you would have a real sense of like duty, or of that you've got to do something with your life. You know, that your mother literally died giving you life, so that you sort of carry her spirit with you, so that it's kind of incumbent upon you to do something with your life so that her life wasn't in vain. And I think that's probably why, as we'll see a little bit later here, Ranson becomes so seriously invested in mysticism and magic and witchcraft, the occult. You know, it kind of reminds me a little bit of people like Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, you know, the author of Sherlock Holmes. Excuse me. The author of Sherlock Holmes, who likewise also had some tragedies in his life, and became obsessed with trying to communicate with the afterlife, trying to communicate with members of his family that had passed, because he was so so wounded by their passing that he was desperate for any sort of communication with them. And so I feel like I haven't read that about Ranson, but just as I was preparing today's episode, thinking about it, I was like, it kind of makes some sense that this guy having kind of this trauma on his birth, as he grew older, was like, oh my goodness, like that's, you know. So you can at least my mind just starts imagining all of probably the scenes from when he was a kid. Like, you'd imagine him, like, you know, breaking something in the kitchen, and his father, you know, getting angry and, like, or, you know, staying out too late. You know, is this why your mother died, so that you could, you know? Anyway, I'm just going on a bit of a tangent, but anyway, I just think that that's very, very interesting. So anyway, Ranson's father was the elected mayor of Limoges twice. So he was a local politician, public figure, and probably, you know, really threw himself into politics after his wife passed away. Besides being raised by his single father, he was also raised by his grandparents, and it was through his grandfather that he learned how to draw. So, you know, while he's spending time with his grandparents, you know, there's lots of, you know, just as even today, you know, your parents drop their kids off with the grandma and grandpa. And, but this is before Netflix and video games, and so what are you going to do at your grandparents' house? Probably do a little bit of reading and drawing, exploring the maybe if there was a field around or going, anyway. So I think that that's also instructive, that the grandfather, whose name I don't know, what his experience in art was, but clearly was influential enough to propel Ranson into studying art as a career. So he originally enrolls at age 16 in l'École des Beaux-Arts Appliqués à l'Industrie. So I'm not exactly sure, this is not l'École des Beaux-Arts, like the fine art school that he goes to a little bit later on, but this is probably more like a design school, like engineering, coming up with illustrations for like architecture, for like a product design, that kind of thing, maybe some graphic design, illustration, that kind of stuff. There's kind of a small mini scandal within the family that in 1884 he marries his first cousin, Marie-France Rousseau, and but she herself was quite creative, and together they collaborated on a number of artworks, particularly tapestries, and so we'll look at some of that a little bit later on here. During this time, he also studies at l'École nationale supérieure des arts décoratifs before he transferred to l'Académie Julienne. And the Académie Julienne, we've talked about, I don't know, probably 20 times over these episodes, because this art school, it was, pretty much every major artist who broke through in Paris from, maybe the 1870s to the 1930s passed through this kind of relatively small school, this private art school in Paris. And so Ranson also went there. It's at that school where he meets 4 other artists. I'm not sure if they were all at l'Académie Julienne when he was there, but at least I think Bonnard and Cerisier were there. Maybe even Maurice Denis. So anyway, while he's at school, he meets this other group of like-minded artists, and you're thinking like, this is what, around 1886, 1891. At this point in time, when he's in art school, the Impressionists, who had for a couple decades been outsiders trying to break through, have now broken through and are everywhere and are celebrated as the great living artists of their time. So quite a sea change happens really over the course of Ranson's life. He wouldn't have been maybe old enough or aware of what was happening, but you have this very conservative academic tradition of art that had been going and being taught in Europe for 500 years or 400 years, I guess, probably. It doesn't come to an end. It still continues at places like at l'École des Beaux-Arts, but the rival Impressionist movement that was really challenging almost every aspect of academic art, point for point for point for point, and which had been marginalized and pushed to the side and ridiculed for at least a decade, has finally kind of broken through and cemented itself as the de facto dominant art form of the time, at least in Paris and many other major art centers in Europe. And that's at the time that Ranson is in art school. And l'Académie Julienne was also probably one of the most progressive places as well. Being a smaller private art school, it was a lot more capable of being very dynamic and responding to the changes in the art world. And so many of the teachers who might not have been accepted into some of the other more academic schools, universities, find employment at the Académie Julienne. So I think I've talked pretty in depth about the Les Nabis movement when we looked at, we did 3 episodes on Bonnard, right? We did 3 Bonnard episodes, and then we did one recently just a few weeks ago on Paul Cerisier. And so I don't want to rehash a lot of what I talked about there, maybe, but just for anybody who hasn't seen any of those episodes or doesn't plan on watching, the Nabis movement was a very small movement that really only took place in Paris between 1888 and 1900. Really only involved, it was founded by 5 artists, including today's artist, Paul Ranson. And, it expanded to, maybe at most 10 artists. And so it's a very small, localized art movement, but ultimately had a massive influence on the history of modern art. And that's really because the artists who ultimately become kind of the big titans of modern art, like Henri Matisse in particular, were deeply influenced by the work of Ranson and the Nabis movement. So Nabis means prophet in Hebrew, and these artists chose that name for their group probably because they liked, I'm sure I read somewhere that they just liked the sound of the word. The word sounded kind of a little bit obscure, especially to somebody who doesn't speak Hebrew, right? So it sounds kind of strange, mysterious, but also the idea that it's prophet, this idea that we're kind of this, we're heralding in a new style, a new technique, a new way, a vision of the world, of apprehending reality, of maybe seeing beyond reality at what is behind the smoke and mirrors and curtains, and also that idea of being prophets also immediately carries with it this element of mysticism, of one starts to think of things like what would they be, like the Knights Templar or the Freemasons, these kind of secret groups, and they would have these meetings at Ranson's apartment. In fact, I brought up the address here. So at 25 Rue Montparnasse. I thought it was, let me see. Oh, Boulevard. 25 Boulevard du Montparnasse. Okay. So let's just we'll zoom back out of here. So here's Paris. Let's zoom even further. Right, so he's from down here in the middle central part of France, and then he comes up here to Paris into the Montparnasse neighborhood, which was, at the turn of the century, kind of a major gathering place for a lot of artists. This, was kind of like the hip area of town, a little bit outside of the main center, which was, a little bit further up here. And so it was kind of like a little bit, it was just a bit of less developed, a little bit more bohemian type of space. And so the studio, I was trying to find out exactly which is 25 on here. I couldn't see any things, but both this place and this place appear to share the same address. I think it's this tattoo shop, though. Again, these buildings may not be the original buildings, although maybe that one does look a little bit older. But this is where the Nabi group met, and they called Ranson's living room the temple, or their temple, right? To help and they had little rituals and things that they did to kind of reinforce this idea of this kind of private, club of, just like maybe the Freemasons had or have. I think it's interesting, just if we look at this portrait here by Cerisier of Ranson, you see how, Cerisier's depicted Ranson as this guy with this kind of magical staff here. He's wearing these particular robes, which make him look like he's some sort of like priest figurehead, and then he's kind of reading out of some text, right? And the way his fingers are kind of extended too, like those double fingers, we see that a lot in Christian art. Often you see Jesus with the two fingers like that. So the way he's kind of scanning the book, like, just all of these things add to this, the mythologization of the Nabi group as a bunch of artists that are a little bit outside of the ordinary. The Nabi group is also deeply influenced by Paul Gauguin and then Paul Cézanne, mostly by Gauguin, who literally met with them. They would go on these kind of retreats outside of Paris, and Gauguin originally went and taught some of them in person. So there's this direct connection to Gauguin, and through Gauguin to Van Gogh, and to this this more outsider and kind of avant-garde movements that are bubbling on the periphery while Impressionism has taken hold. The Nabi movement lasts about a decade, 12 years or so, from 1888 to 1900. During that time, a few other artists joined the group, but you really have this core group of Pierre Bonnard, Paul Cerisier, Henri Gabriel Ibel, and Maurice Denis, as well as obviously Paul Ranson. And but I think, and they were all interested in kind of mysticism and kind of strange rituals and things, but it's really Ranson who he's the kind of the heartbeat of that peculiar esoteric aspects that kind of find their way into the Nabi movement. He's the one who really becomes obsessed with theology and magic and the occult, witchcraft. And so I think that's probably what Cerisier is doing in this self-portrait, or not self-portrait, this portrait of Paul Ranson. Because I think the other artists were like, yeah, we're into it, but Ranson was into it, right? It wasn't just kind of a fun little quirky thing to do while they're all sitting around getting drunk together. It's like he's probably, I can just imagine, they're all kind of sitting around and kind of dressing up and, having some fun, and Ranson, brings out his book and starts maybe talking in tongues with his staff, and there's probably incense burning, and, everyone's kind of having a good laugh, and Ranson's like, no, Oh, it's, and, you know, I can imagine him being the guy who would tell ghost stories around a campfire. You know, like really kind of had a presence, kind of a hypnotic kind of way of speaking, which also explains why he explored mediums beyond just painting. So as I said earlier, he collaborated with his wife Marie-France to make tapestries. In fact, here's the Musée d'Orsay. So these are artworks that are on display, or not necessarily on display, but are part of the collection at the Musée d'Orsay. So obviously today's painting is one of the major artworks on display there. But this artwork here was designed by Ranson and then executed by his wife. And you know, this large tapestry that she how you don't say knit. How would you? What's the technical word for how a tapestry is made? It's not tapestrated. Sewn, hooked. I don't know. Anyway, so they created these tapestries together. So that's one thing, right? That's kind of already a little bit outside of what most of the other Nabi members did. But beyond that, he also was really into theater and acting, and one of the things that he does a few things. He directs a play, the play of Ubu Hoa by Alfred Jarry, so Alfred Jarry was like way ahead of his time. It was an avant-garde author, playwright, poet, who becomes sort of the hero for the avant-garde movement in general a little bit later on, especially this play Ubu Hoa, which is, you know, an absurdist play kind of about this idiot king. You know, it's a little bit of like the king's new clothes kind of thing, and Ubu Hoa becomes this, you know, a major symbol within, you know, like you can guarantee that artists like Picasso and Matisse and all the other big names that were to come, you know, 15 years later, were obsessed with Ubu Hoa, right? And so I think the fact that that Ranson stages one of the very first performances of Ubu Hoa is very telling, right? It shows how connected he is into this burgeoning, developing avant-garde movement that still was at least a decade away from actually taking place. Another thing that he did was he started his own theater, really to display the puppets that were made by another member of the Nabi group, Georges Lacombe. And Lacombe was really sort of the only sculptor officially part of the Nabi group. And so Ranson, who had a lifelong obsession with puppets, sort of achieves his dream by opening a theater that features puppets by one of his friends and fellow Nabi artists. So again, you know, you start really thinking like, wow, this guy, he's very interested in theater and performance, and that a painting isn't just a painting, it's part of a larger, what would you say, larger creative endeavor that, that a painting could also be like could inspire a story, or could be a backdrop for a performance. So all of these things, again, you know, it's such a shame that Ranson died when he did, because had he lived another 10, 20 years, he would have been probably at the forefront of movements like Dada and Surrealism, because both of those movements were also really into breaking down the barrier between audience and performer, or audience and artist. And so I think it would have been really interesting to see what he would have done, where he would have gone, had he had a chance to live just a little bit longer. Okay, what else do I want to cover here? Let's take a look at some of his work. So let's open up. You know, I mean, like here, I mean, look at how, you know, we go back to, like, this is what, 1880, and we have an image here. This is one of his first major paintings, is Christ and Buddha. You know, at least as far as I'm aware, you don't really see European artists at this time featuring or mentioning Buddha. You know, this is something that, you know, we don't really even see in Western art until maybe the Jack Kerouac and the beat poets and writers in the late 1940s, early 50s, right? So this is like 70 years before that you have Ranson, you know, trying to gobble up every kind of alternative information out there to help him. You know, maybe he was trying to commune with his mother, right? Maybe that's something that was in the back of his mind at all times, is like feeling this weight of her presence throughout his life, and trying to live up to the expectations that maybe his family had for him. Who knows what motivated that deep interest, lifelong interest in spirituality and other religions beyond the dominant Christian religion in France, right? Which bears mention, because, like, in France, you know, Christianity was kind of omnipresent everywhere you went, right? At this particular time in history. So for an artist to kind of already be exploring these alternative religions to the dominant one shows someone who's, you know, that would have you'd really have to do some footwork to dig those things up. It wasn't something that would just be available at the corner bookstore, right? I mean, I think these are beautiful, these illustrations that he's making here. So, you know, like some of these paintings, we really see the influence of Gauguin here. Let's we do have Gauguin paint. I mean, you know, this type of, like, outlining of the figure, these really bold colors like that. Let's see. Not seeing. A little bit. You see a little bit of Gauguin's influence here, like almost a little bit of a cartoony style of drawing and painting, and I mean that in not a derogatory way at all. I mean, I'm literally drawing a graphic novel right now, right? I've been super interested in comic books. I've taught comic book illustration before. But I mean, like, kind of cartoony, as opposed to the more academic tradition of painting and drawing, which has, you know, the modeling of figures. Modeling meaning like shading, right? You've got variations of value from light to dark as we go around a shape, around a form. They don't really have any of the artworks here. They're missing a bunch of really famous Gauguin artworks here. Anyway, let's get back to the matter at hand. But even just things like this artwork here by Ranson, where he's decorated the frame. That was also something that like Gauguin did, and also other members of the Nabi group. I went to art school in Los Angeles, and at the Norton Simon Museum of Art. There's like a handful of Nabi painting. Yes, there's a whole room with some furniture that I think Gauguin designed, and really beautiful, hand carved. And so that's another thing too. Is just like, again, it's not just the painting; it's the frame around the painting, and the frame is usually the dividing line between an artwork and the wall, or the artwork and the rest of the world. So for an artist to design their own frames for a painting is sort of like the painting spilling out over top, like water overflowing a cup. It's not contained within that vessel. It's exploding outward into our world. And I find that very, very interesting, when artists, like people like Francis Bacon designed his own frames, or Pierre Mondrian built his own frames, right? When artists take take control over the presentation of their work, how it's going to be displayed, and choose the frames and stuff. Like, these are beautiful. Like, look at this here. This looks like somebody could have done that today. This looks like, the basis for a new Disney animated film. Man, I love these. Oh, so wonderful. Let's look at more of these. And like, another thing I think about with Ranson's work is they also feel very illustrative. Like, they feel like these could be right out of a children's book, right? And again, for some people, they would see that as like highly derogatory, to say that your paintings look illustrative, like a children's book. For me, I mean, I've got a 4.5-year-old daughter now, and we read lots of children's books. I spend most of my time in the library looking at children's books these days, looking at all the incredible books. And I find that more inspiring most of the time than going and looking at art in museums. I think probably some of the best art of our time is happening in the children's book section of your local library or bookstore. So, like, I look at these paintings, and I can see why they're not super famous. I can see why he's not as well known as I think he should be. Probably because a little bit of that thing that people are like, well, they kind of look like they're from a children's book. They don't look like, especially a lot of the paintings that were being made at the time. This is also kind of coinciding with the rise of Art Nouveau in Paris. We're going to be looking at probably the most famous Art Nouveau artist, Alphonse Mucha, in July, I think, late July, I think. So we're going to be talking, there's a number of other Art Nouveau artists in that we're going to be looking at. This is also a very famous work by Ranson, is this Tiger in the Jungle. This was a print of his that spread all over the place. It's also very deeply inspired by not only Art Nouveau, which features kind of all these kind of swirly organic lines, but also the work of Japanese artists whose work was all of a sudden appearing all over the place in Paris in the late 1800s as global trade was starting to really pick up, and that those those prints were very popular with artists like Van Gogh and Gauguin, etc. So I think I should move on here, but what else do I want to say? So towards like so you can see that the vast majority of the artwork we were just looking at took place from about like 1888 to 1904 or so. That was kind of his most productive period throughout his mid 30s, early 40s. But during the latter half, well, really kind of the beginning of the 1900s, he starts having health problems, financial problems. He's not as successful. Like, again, he's sort of a man ahead of his time. Had he lived, a couple decades later, he would have been side by side with Picasso and Matisse. But he helped blaze the trail for those artists, but didn't get any recognition. So he suffered all of the oncoming blows and made the pathway for future artists a lot easier after him. But so that meant that he wasn't as successful as many of his peers, including many of the other members of the Nabi group. Like these paintings, like that we're looking at today, I can see the relationship between that and like some of Bonnard's work and Cerlesier's, etc. But it is also different. Probably the most different. If you put all of their work side by side, you would probably his would be probably the odd man out, right? If we just sort of scroll here through, we've got a Vuillard episode. That won't be for a little bit later on in the year, but and same with Denis. Again, definite influence of Gauguin on some of those artists for sure. But a big feature of the Nabi movement, and particularly Pierre Bonnard was definitely the most famous member of the Nabi group, was often kind of the softness, almost like soft focus, lots of pastels, really taking what the Impressionists had done and really blurring the lines between foreground and background elements. So you have this kind of lack of definition in many ways. Like even with here Maurice Denis, you have like these figures. They're obviously, it's a stained glass window, so they're outlined by these dark. Soldered bits here, these black lines, and yet the figures are missing facial features and fingers and things, right? So even though they are more defined, they also lack some definition here. Like the way that these figures by Denis are painted, there's outlines, but they're very close to the original values. So it's not like they're black outlines here. So everything is kind of very pastel, foggy, indistinct, and yet Ranson's work has a little bit more. The forms are more heavily outlined than other things. But what's interesting though is while like people like Bonnard are kind of creating a blur between foreground and background elements, you also have a little bit of like, so here's a Bonnard, right? Like, it's not, the space isn't as defined as it is in academic work by like Jacques-Louis David or something from decades before. We're going to be doing this painting next month, I think. So that one's coming up. Okay. I guess just to close there, I'm just thinking about like, so even though like Bonnard and them are kind of blurring the background and foreground by creating kind of a hazy compositions, it's interesting that Paul Ranson is doing something similar here in this painting in particular, in that, you know, we've got, you know, everything is very similar value. Like maybe the figure is darker, but the figure, like if you close your eyes almost all the way, like you're squinting and you look at this picture, you know, all of a sudden the figure kind of disappears, like her head disappears into the blue around it, right? And then so we end up seeing this form, which now, you know, like you know, that doesn't really look like a person anymore. Like, I don't even know what that looks like. So it's interesting that he's still using some outlining, but like many other members in the Nabi group, we also have a merging of background and foreground together. So that's so they're sharing similar goals and ideas, but Ranson's taking a completely different way to get to that same place, right? So the rest of the group's kind of going this way, Ranson goes this way, right? So I find that very fascinating. It's like, okay, I see what you guys want to do, but I don't like that kind of blurry, impressionist kind of method of painting. I'm going to find my own way to get to the same place you guys are going in. Senga says the tiger in the jungle artwork is amazing. It was definitely, if I was going to do another painting by Ranson, it would probably be that one, or this one here, the Blue Room. I also love this one too. Let's see, does the tiger in here? No. So, okay, so Ranson towards the end of his life is dealing with health issues and financial issues, and both of them kind of feed together. He's at this point also has a young, he's been married for about a decade and a half, and has a young child, and you know, so by this time in the mid, you know, the Nabi group sort of dissolves around 1900, and he still keeps in touch with all of his friends from the Nabi group, but while they're having greater success, Ranson is really struggling, and so those artists, to their credit, kind of come back and like, how do we help this guy? It's not like we're all millionaires either. So what they decide to do is they set up basically a school like l'Académie Julienne, where they call it the Académie Ranson, right? So that basically to form a school that Ranson could basically run. So they set this school up, and they kind of entrust Ranson to manage this small private school with the hope of like, okay, this is gonna kind of help you get a little bit more stable income, right? You're gonna have some students, and you probably love, you know, telling stories. So this would be a great way for you to have a little bit more stability in your life and take care of your family. And in turn, that might help alleviate some of your health problems. Tragically, however, Ranson dies just a year later of typhoid fever, and he's buried back in his hometown of Limoges. And so, you know, it's pretty tragic that this happened. One kind of bright silver lining, I guess you might say, about that is that his wife, Marie-France, takes over for Paul Ranson in this school, the Académie Ranson, and continues that for another, like, I'm not sure when she passed away, but the school continued until 1955. So really for another 50 years, the school ran to many degrees of success in Paris and helped kind of promote his legacy for generations to come. So, I probably the unsung hero in this whole story would be Ranson's wife, Marie-France. I've seen her also just referred to as France or Francis, maybe. But I wasn't really able to dig up much information on her at all. So, this is, again, another familiar story of the husband becoming super successful and then the wife, the woman behind him, sort of disappearing into obscurity, even though clearly she was creative enough to collaborate with him on numerous projects, as well as to run an art school after he passed away. So if I was, that would be something I would like to have a little bit more knowledge of, is what was her life like, and where did she come from? I think her family did have some money, a little bit, that helped us get the family started, but I believe that's about it, also, as much as I know. So let's move to paint today's painting. Kathy says, I love getting an art history lesson every week. I'm still working on my Salvatore Mundi by Leonardo da Vinci. The hair! Yes, those ringlets in the Da Vinci painting, those will give you fits, so give yourself a time limit on it. It's that you could be working on it for years like Da Vinci did. Or maybe he didn't. Maybe it was one of his students, right? That's a whole discussion we had when we were talking about that painting. Kathy says Limoges is famous for china dish patterns. Interesting. Decorated porcelain. Did not know that. Big castle there as well. Okay, Limoges. That does sound familiar. Limoges porcelain. Ari's going to bed. It's even later than in London. You're in Brussels. Have fun painting. Enjoy Michael's painting. Can't wait to see the results in the morning. Have a good night. Pascal says there is no painting. There is a creationist ecosystem. They did have Japanism, Orientalism. He would have heard and looked at Buddha. That's true. Yeah, I mean, so with the increase of global trade in the 1860s, 1870s, with Japan opening up to the world, it is exposing Western Europe and North America to the work and the ideology, the religions from the Far East. That's true. I still think that would have been pretty obscure for the vast majority of Parisians. That it's not like, I mean, even today here in Vancouver, like, if you wanted to learn about Buddha, I mean, beyond, obviously, we can just Google something on our phones and stuff now, but, there might be a few books at the public library. There's a few, temples and things here in town, but it's not like you can just walk into every corner and find it, right? So that's 130 years after, Ranson kind of gets interested in these things. So it was available, but you really had to be looking for it. You really had to search it out to find some of this stuff. And I think, again, his interest in theology, magic, occultism, witchcraft, all these things were probably made him, he was obviously way more open-minded than the vast majority of people at the time. Okay, and there's Chase is in the chat too. Nice painting. Okay, so speaking of painting, let's get to it. Okay. So typically at this stage, we do a little bit of underpainting. So let's just look at the original and just kind of think about what our plan of attack is going to be here. Now, ideally, I'd love to be able to do this painting without any outlining. I mean, for at this stage, underpainting. And I think we'll be okay. My only concern is that, you know, if we're going to paint these sort of darker blues onto this surface, we do run into some risk of losing some of these pencil lines. Especially because I have this warm yellow Imprimatura. As I look at his, I think he just painted this on a white canvas, to be honest. Or, I mean, it's maybe... It might be sort of like raw... Well, canvas... Yeah, it does look like it's probably white underneath. So that does make my life a little bit more difficult when I have this yellow Imprimatura, because I need to overcome a little bit of that yellow. I think I'm gonna jump a little bit off and I'm gonna go right to my background layer here. I'm gonna skip this step. I hope I don't regret it. Famous last words, right? So I'm gonna skip over the underpainting or outlining and just go directly into painting. So that this. If you're a little bit afraid, and maybe if you want to watch and to see how well I do here, and then decide for yourself if you think drawing some darker outlines here would be helpful before you start putting in all these colors. So I'm going to start with my blue in the background. So the blue in the background here, this is a kind of a cool blue. We've got a warm blue with this, I don't know if it's a curtain or a snake or what that might happen to be. So I'm going to focus for right now on this blue back here. It's kind of a grayish, cool blue. So maybe before I even start that, let's get some paint on here. I don't think I'm gonna need my cool red. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put some of my paint on here. I'm gonna mix my own black. Pascal says it'll be a bit tricky with these values It is tricky because there's are all very similar value, right? So again, so just so we understand what values are, there's three ways to modify value. Value is the distinction between light and dark, right? So, or light and dark, I guess you might say. So one way to modify a value is by adding white to it. And that's what we call it tint, right? So we add white to the color. Obviously it lightens up, but it also loses its saturation, it's the color intensity, right? It becomes very pastel. We can add black to a color, and that's what we call a shade, right? So we add black to the color. Obviously, it gets darker. But in between adding, instead of just white or black, we can add a gray to that color. And depending, obviously, we can make hundreds of thousands of different kinds of grays of different values themselves. So by adding gray to a color, at times we can darken it, but sometimes we can even like lighten a color, right? So if you do, let's see, I did one for almost every color here. Right, so let's say we added gray to a lighter color, obviously it can get darker, but if we add that same gray to, let's say, a darker, let's say to a purple, right, it can actually lighten. So sometimes it depends. It might sound very obvious, but gray is has kind of the qualities of both adding white and black to a color. So because, you know, adding gray to a color, it takes the opacity of white, right? White often well, obviously there's different kinds of white, like Pascal said, like Walter White as well from Breaking Bad, but white generally, especially if you're using the most common white, titanium white, is very opaque. It's non-transparent. So you add some white into your gray, or make a gray with titanium white, then that gray becomes very opaque. Black can be opaque, but sometimes black tends to be a little bit more transparent than white. So I often find, like, when you add black to a color right out of the tube, the color almost seems to be a little bit grainy. I don't know how to even describe it, but versus when you add a little bit of white into that black, again, it might not be as dark, but it becomes way more opaque. Anyway, long story to just talk about this grayish blue back here. So I put these three colors, my cool yellow, my cool blue, and my warm red. I just squeezed them out here. Obviously, you can see I didn't do a I didn't measure these paints out, so it's not a scientific thing. I just do it by look. I mix these together. You know, ideally you want 33% of each of those three colors, and then we'll get a black or something very close to a black. Now, what color does that look like? Well, to me it looks like a brown, right? So what does that mean if it's brown, right? Well, essentially what this tells me, so I use my warm red, my cool yellow, and my cool blue. So this brown color probably exists right about here. So that tells me I've got plenty of warm red. I don't need any more red. I've also got a pretty good helping of yellow. But what I need is a lot more blue to pull that brown into the center. Because when all those colors are in the center, they cancel each other out and make a black. So let's take a little bit more cool blue. So that's good, but now it's starting to look a little bit purplish. Now why is it looking purple? Well, as I suspected, I'm going to need a little bit more yellow in here. I often find when people make their own black, it looks a little bit purplish. It's because you might even need a little bit more than 33%. Like it might be like 36% of yellow in there. Just because red and blue are so much darker. So that looks pretty good to me. Close enough. Where do I want to do this? So I'm just going to wipe the excess paint off my brush. So that's a really nice gray. So one way to determine, if you're like, I can't tell, is that purple or greenish black? I mean, it's because when it's so dark, it's hard to tell, right? Well, mix a little bit of white into that color. It lightens it up, and now you can tell. I still think, I mean, it looks pretty close to a neutral gray, but I would say it's probably still a little tiny bit on the purple side. Anyway, I want to take this color and add my cool blue to it. I'll show you this side by side. And I'm going to put a little bit of matte medium in here. Just to thin it out a little bit. Because that white is very opaque, right? So it's gonna really cover anything up underneath. Let's put a bit more black in here. So I think that's pretty close. I think if I could add even more gray to it, but I think I want to try and see how this paint works. Okay, so it's super opaque. Also got lots of paint on my brush too. So it's really just covering everything up. So all those minutes I spent trying to paint the pattern and the wallpaper, I guess. That's just getting completely covered up. So that would be an area, if you're really worried about losing those areas, you could just we could have done a whole bunch of like underpainting to try to preserve them, but so I'm going to go to a smaller brush here. Now, one thing when we paint this, we can be pretty loose with this paint because I'm going to have to go over, I'm going to do outlines in between all of my lines anyway. And so any kind of sloppiness is going to get all covered up later on. So you can see where it's quite transparent there. That's, you know, it doesn't surprise me because that's where I was painting with a bigger brush, and a bigger brush tends to be carry more paint, so it'll tend to be more opaque there. So I'm going to do a second layer of this. Now in the original, you'll notice that there's another diagonal line down here. I think that's just a little mistake I made when I was photoshopping. The actual original painting kind of ends where my hand is. So I've kind of extended this vase here. I think that's what this is. So I'm trying to use as big of brushes for as long as possible at this stage. That's just my own particular approach to painting. I want to use as much of the big brushes as I can. As soon as I start going down to small brushes, the whole painting just starts to really slow down. And when I'm doing my initial pass here on the foreground and background, I want to kind of be as bold and expressive as possible. Okay. So I'm going to have to do a second layer. So let's, oh, it's right in here too. So in a moment, I'm going to blow dry all of this and just paint it again. The main thing really at this point is just trying to prevent any major areas of texture unless you want it. Chase says, "Hey Mike, do you remember a video you made in 2009 called Drawing on a Television Screen?" It was pretty cool. I do remember doing that drawing. That's a flashback for sure. Yeah, I made that artwork as it was actually part of a submission that I was asked to do. I was being considered for this reality TV show that Bravo did. What was it called? Work of Art. I made it to the final 20 people before they narrowed it down to like the 10 that they ended up being on the show. And really the main reason that they said that I couldn't do it is because I was a Canadian and it was being filmed down in Los Angeles, and the permits and everything, they just were like, now it's not so uncommon for you to see people from all over the world on, you know, an American reality TV show, but back then it was a little bit more unusual. Anyway, I just added a little bit more white to this here. As I was looking at this, I was like, you know what, this is going to be a little bit dark, especially when I put in this blue, and I feel like I want it to be a little bit lighter. So now any lines that were underneath here are absolutely, completely gone. No hope of seeing those ever again. So if I had painted this first layer with more white in it like I'm doing now, then I might have only had to do one coat, because this white is, you know, it's very dominant and it's going to cover, it's very opaque. So you know, that will be one of the things that, you know, as I work on this, that I might lament a little bit, is how opaque my painting is compared to Ranson's. There's no greater sense of opacity, or transparency, I should say. A little bit more lightness. Get paint on my face. Okay, I'm gonna blow dry this. I may. Well, we'll see, because it might darken a little bit in a few places where it was a little bit less thick of the paint, and it doesn't have to be solid, you know, the whole way, but you know, with maybe consistency. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, it's pretty interesting that, you know, you're bringing up that video during that process, that casting process for that show. You know, I met all the judges who were going to be a part of it. What's his name? The auctioneer. I thought it was actually a pretty good show. It was produced by Sarah Jessica Parker from Sex and the City. So she was, and she had, they just started Project Runway. That's right. So they had produced Project Runway, and they were going to do an art-based program. I met Jerry Saltz, who was also one of the judges, and he's a pretty important art critic in New York. So it was kind of a neat experience to see a little behind the scenes is how all that operates. Okay. I think, what do I want to do next? I'm going to do all of this area next. What should I do? I think I'm going to paint this area. Which is kind of like this, but a little brighter and less gray. So I'm going to take that. Taking a little bit of the gray color that was there before. Let's see. You'll notice I didn't put any matte medium in this paint because I figure since I've already kind of started this one up here with a pretty opaque paint, that I've already kind of established this use or lack thereof of transparency, so I might as well just see the rest of it through in the same way. So I was even contemplating painting right over top of all of these the patterns that's on the floor, I guess. I'm assuming that's right, the tiles. But if I did that, everything underneath would just disappear because of how much white I've got in here. And while I'm happy kind of just painting what I, just eyeballing it and painting what I think would be there, that might be a little bit too much for most people, so. And then as you can see, I like painting the edges, the sides. Of my paintings, and I think Ranson would also have been into that kind of same sort of thing like he would have appreciated since again, like if I go back to him talking about frames and getting rid of or painting on the frame. So I made a conscious decision to paint this. The shapes that are over top of this are going to be even lighter. So as a general rule, you want to paint the things that are in behind first, because it makes it easier to overlap them with things that are closer to us. Rather than the other way around. So if anything, if in doubt, I'm going to paint over top of any pencil lines here. So, already, painting is still maybe 20% of the way done. But because of just the way I've been proceeding thus far, I have a pretty high confidence it's going to turn out pretty good. I can imagine if this was your painting and you're just sort of beginning, you may be like, I don't know how. Well, trust me, if it looks anything like this, I think you're going to be pretty happy. Being able to anticipate that when you're looking at your own artwork, and to be able to look at it and have kind of confidence it's going to work out well, is something that just comes with experience and practice. So, you know, like what I'm doing here, I wouldn't say is particularly complicated. It's just a little bit time consuming. I mean, it's, you know, requires a little bit of brush control to be able to paint into some of these finer little spaces. That's why I said, like, today's episode I would say is probably on level 2 of difficulty, not level 1. Because for some people, like, details like this can be, you know, a little bit overwhelming. Okay, so I'm going to blow dry this. And then I'm probably going to do that same thing again, do a second layer. So, I mean, I'm not sure how visible it is on camera here. We have this layer. I mean, it probably looks a lot different than what you see in the original there on the right. But that's because there's all this yellow here. Obviously, there's not that yellow in the picture on the right. And so it's hard to kind of discern the differences. To my eye, though, I can see that this kind of has a bit of a gray, and this is a lot more like a baby blue. You know, still some ways to go before, you know, there's a little bit of that gray still in there. So it's not like a, you know, true baby blue, but one thing I like about this painting, even especially for beginner painters, is the subtle differences between these various different blues, which presents a bit of a challenge to somebody who's, you know, just sort of getting started with painting. Because for some people, like, these two blues are so close together, it's the tendency would be to be like, oh, I gotta make it look really different. I gotta use a totally different blue. Those are too close. Well, I always think like the one of the things that I learned most when I was beginning painting was how important subtlety was, about how similar colors could be or needed to be to effectively communicate something. And that goes for, you know, a bit more of a simplified image like this, or, you know, abstract painting deals with a lot of subtleties. But even more so if you're painting something realistic, right? If you're painting something that looks like a photograph, well, the whole thing is super subtle tonal variations, shifts in value. You know, I fully expect that today's painting is not going to be one of the more popular ones, because Ranson is not, you know, as familiar to most people as Van Gogh or Matisse or Picasso or any of the other big names. But I guess one thing that, you know, as I've been doing these episodes, you know, yeah, I definitely find that, yeah, there's lots of very great iconic works by the big names that we're all familiar with. But there's so many incredible masterpieces by artists that I think deserve a lot more recognition. And Ranson is definitely someone. I mean, you probably hear me talk about that all the time. It's like, why is this person not more well known? And I don't really think it even has to do in many ways with the work they made. It's just that the human brain is only capable of, you know, remembering so much information. And unless you're or someone like me who does this for a living, you know, teaches art and researches artists and things, well, of course you're not gonna, you know, in the same way that, like, you know, a sports fan might know all sorts of obscure names of players that you've never heard of, and you're like, how do you know? Just, if you follow something long enough, you just start picking up all sorts of esoteric, obscure information, trivia. I wondered, am I going to use a Posca pen at some point today? If I am, it might be a good idea just to take a look. Where did I put my Posca pens? I used to keep them right there, but since I was painting with my daughter, I tried to remove all the stuff that could be chewed on. So where did I put them? Where did I put them? Maybe I won't be using a Posca pen today. Michael, where did you put these? Oh, right there. Okay. Just making a few little marks. I'm just, if I can, I want to avoid putting a big black line all over the place because they'll be so dominant, right? Okay, let's take this same color. Actually, just see a few places where I would touch up even more. The areas that are always most transparent are the ones where in these little tight corners. Areas I'm generally less worried about are in these big flat areas because usually you're painting with a bigger brush that holds more paint and has more coverage. Okay. What do I want to do now? Let's take this color. So just added more white to it. And you know what, I should blow dry this because I want to get my hand and sleeve over here, so. So it looks a little bit sloppy right now, but when I eventually paint in, especially lines between all of these different forms, it's going to snap together in a really nice way. So, in fact, these, I probably added a little bit more white than was necessary into this color. So it's a little bit bolder than it maybe could be or should be. But that's okay. Yeah, these shapes are a little bit, shouldn't have been quite so bright, but I think it's all gonna be okay. I could always, you know, darken them in the second pass, but I think I'll just keep it. Well, we'll see. I'll wait until painting's a little bit further along. I mean, when I put those black outlines on here, it'll really amplify the differences between this color and the one I'm using right now on the floor here. So if you think they look very different now, just wait. If I was to keep these the same. Versus in the original, it almost looks like they're the exact same color, maybe just slightly lighter. I've really amped it up big time. But I think it's going to look totally fine. I mean, one thing I could do, I could put another layer, do exactly what I just did, and then the previous layer I painted, I could add some, let's say, glazing fluid or matte medium to it, and paint a very thin layer. Maybe I should do that. I don't know. We'll think about it. I don't know if that's just a bunch of busy work for something that is largely irrelevant, but... Chase, you're going deep dive into my old catalog of videos here. Chase says, do you remember the video from 2008, Drawing on a Speedboat in the Wake of Captain Vancouver? Another classic. It's cool. And Kathy says, I'll have to go back and look at them. Thanks, Chase. Yeah, that's, God, yeah, I made that video, I was still living in Los Angeles, and I had an exhibition here in Vancouver at an art gallery called Access Gallery, which has since moved a couple of times. So in that video, I was retracing the route Captain George Vancouver took as when he was one of the first Europeans to explore the area around what is now called Vancouver, where I'm living, in the late 1700s. So I spent all this time in the archives in Vancouver. So I was living in Los Angeles. I came to Vancouver for that show and lived here for like 6 months while I worked on it. I spent all this time putting together that project, all this research, retracing the route of Captain George Vancouver, as well as Errol Flynn, who died here in Vancouver, the famous silent film star swashbuckler, the original Robin Hood. And a lot of stories related to this whole thing, but kind of the one that stands out is, I worked on that project for 6 months. It was going to be my first exhibition back in Canada after a decade of living in Los Angeles. I had pretty big expectations for that show. And that show opened, and only 5 people came to the opening. The art gallery, the woman who ran the gallery, my aunt, who came in from Victoria, my grandmother, who was living in Vancouver at the time, has since passed away, and one other guy who helped me install the show, and that was it. And the next day, I got on a Greyhound bus and went all the way from Vancouver all the way back down to Los Angeles, where I was living at the time. And that was one of the biggest ego-crushing experiences of my life. The exhibition, as far as I was concerned at the time, was probably my greatest failure. I'd spent all this time and energy and money working on that project. It was a pretty big show, these 2 gigantic paintings. And the opening came and went, and the exhibition came and went. I had to come back on the Greyhound again, all the way. If you've never ridden a Greyhound for like 20 hours, you're pretty lucky. It's a bit of a grind. Anyway, long story short, the reason why I bring it up, well, since you mentioned it, Chase, but is that exhibition, which at one time I saw as my greatest failure, ended up becoming one of the most successful projects of my career. Because even though literally nobody came to the opening except my close family and the guy I had hired to help install the show, a number of people saw the exhibition after it had opened. A critic saw the show and wrote a whole essay on it that appeared in a major American art magazine. And a number of curators also saw the exhibition and I guess liked it. And so it was like maybe a year after the exhibition closed. I thought this was like, I was pretty bummed out about the whole experience. Pretty soured on the whole thing. And then like a year later, I started getting emails from people, because the review didn't, as typical in art, it can take like months after an exhibition closes for the review to actually be published anywhere. So the review was quite flattering, and all of a sudden I started getting all these phone calls about this project that I had thought was my biggest failure and was a humiliating, embarrassing experience. And soon that artwork ended up traveling across Canada and was seen in a bunch of different museums, and a year, well, basically probably about 2 years later, after the exhibition closed, it had become by far the most successful thing I had ever done. So that I like telling that story to my students, my university students in particular, because it was a reminder that a career is a lifelong process, and to not get stuck in the moment, and not have a really narrow view of what success is, and that sometimes things just take time to unfold. And the thing that I thought was really one of the most terrible career experiences an artist could have turned out to be the most successful thing that had ever happened to me a couple years later, once time unfolded. So, it just sort of made me appreciate the importance of having a bit more perspective on things, because you never know how life will unfold. And so that was really that was a great learning experience. I mean, it's a bit of at the time it was a pretty hard pill to swallow, but I think it was, I think I needed that. I might have needed a bit of humbling. I probably thought I was, pretty cool guy coming in from LA. I'm gonna have this big show. It's gonna be packed full of people. Everyone's gonna want to talk to me and stuff. And that didn't happen at all. So, I think the universe was trying to put me in my place. I think it worked. So, just you never know. You never know how things are going to unfold. And it's good just to play the long game. Okay. I think I'm gonna move from this to the foreground next. Now that I've got my background mostly in place, I still want to put some other things in here. Obviously, there's more colors to go, but I think I want to get into some of these other shapes. The other yellow pieces, which I'm just going to consider as being part of the foreground for our purpose. So let's look at this and think about what colors we want to choose. So far we've been using exclusively cool blue for our quote-unquote background areas. Now I'm going to use warm blue, or at least warmer blue, for, I mean, again, I'm not exactly sure what some of these things are. You know, on the side, it looks maybe like a sink or a fountain or something. And then maybe a water jug here. And then I don't know if this is you know, a towel or a curtain, and it almost seems to turn into a snake head down there, right? And her hair here. Those are all things that I'm going to paint with a warmer blue, which is going to make them come forward. I will say, though, that one of the things that Ranson is doing here is deliberately kind of blurring the lines between foreground and background. So, you know, the question, I could really amplify the contrast here and have really warm blues and cool blues, and that would create a much deeper painting. The space, the illusionistic space in there can be amplified, or I can go for a little bit more subtlety, which will create more of a flatness. And you might say to yourself, why would anybody want to create a flat painting? Well, some might say the history of modern art is an increasing compression of space, of flattening, going from academic art, which the whole goal is to create like photographic illusions of space, right? That these deep landscapes and, you know, battles between soldiers and boats and all sorts of, you know, on these big rolling hills, and you see people up front and then people way in the background and these vast spaces. Modern art, kind of beginning around the Impressionists, and especially with an artist like Ranson, is about kind of doing the exact opposite. It's, you can literally, I imagine that they just took like, here's all the things that the academics are teaching us to do, and let's go line by line and try to imagine what the opposite of that would be. And I mean, I maybe somebody actually did that and just went through and thought about like, okay, you know, they use overlapping shapes. Okay, let's see how we can try to avoid overlapping shapes. They use contrast between warm and cool colors. Well, what if we inverted those? You know, or put the wrong color in the, you know, the wrong temperature in places. What would that do? So on, like, let's get rid of the modeling of the figures, you know, the value, the shading around those forms, and so on and so on and so on. So I wonder if there's that kind of thing going on here. So, you know, when I look at this painting, the original features a lot of very similar colors. Although, you know, the things I'm about to paint are a little bit warmer. How much warmer is the kind of the question. How warm do I really want to make it? And I think the only way to just do is to do it. Is to start mixing some colors up and then make some decisions from there. So thus far we've been using our cool blues, all three of these, right? So this color I used for my background here, this color I used for this area, and this color I used for these lighter spots. So let's take our warm blue. You can see it's pretty dark. We're going to need some more white. In fact, I might mix this up here. Now there's also a little bit of this same gray thing going on here. So let's mix up that gray again. Here, I'll put this side by side here. So I'm mixing this gray because I want to, I don't want this really, really bold, bright, saturated blue. I want something that's more muted. Now that's maybe a bit too muted. So what if we come down here where we mix that in here? That's feeling pretty good. So it might be hard to see, but I did make a few marks with my warm blue Posca pen. And what I was doing is I wanted to kind of just check out, if I'm going to put some blue lines with the Posca pen, I probably, I want this color to be lighter than that so that this shows up. So this is pretty good. Let's, I'm going to paint this in. Is it raining out there? I think it is. The last few days have been so nice. I started to think summer was here. I did a little whole Easter egg hunt with my daughter. Who did not seem to be too impressed with the whole Easter egg hunting process. I think she thought I was a little bit insane. She started playing in the backyard, and then I went around throwing all these eggs around, and then we went around trying to find them, and she's like, all day long you tell me not to pick things up and put them in my mouth, and now we're going to go around the yard and you're going to tell me to pick things up and put them in my mouth. Like, can you make a decision about what it is you want me to be doing here? Because I'm getting mixed messages. Which is fair. I think anybody who's a parent has those moments where you realize the inherent contradiction in And some of the things that it's like Halloween or something, you know? It's like, don't talk to strangers. Certainly don't eat anything a stranger gives you. Okay, but on Halloween, that's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to go up to a whole bunch of strangers who are dressed up in scary outfits, and then we're going to take food from them. And this is acceptable today, but not tomorrow. Tomorrow we're going to go back to the previous rules. Okay, whatever. But it was a beautiful day. Took so many great photos of her. Okay, I like this. I'm going to have to mix up a little bit more of that paint. So let's just take... Why am I using a different brush for this? I don't know. So you can see I'm basically obliterating all of my pencil lines. Personally, I know this might scare some people, especially beginner painters, who feel like these pencil lines are their only tether to reality. And once they're gone, it's like falling out of an airplane without a parachute. But what I would hope is that the more you paint, that you start to see this kind of thing is actually something to be welcomed. That it actually gives you more freedom. It allows you to be a little bit more, to have a little bit more play. And after all, what is painting but like play for adults? So you can see this is just my warm blue, and look how purpley it looks, especially in comparison to that cool blue. So I'll think about this and potentially get it a little bit more blue, maybe put in a bit of cool blue into this paint, Or just add a little bit more of the blue on its own, less white. Or less gray, I should say, probably in there. I mean, I also don't mind it like this. So let's blow dry this. Actually, I like that. But I'm gonna put a second coat of something on there anyway. Chase says, "Is being a parent hard? Just wondering." Is being a parent hard? Just wondering. I mean, yeah, it's definitely probably the hardest thing I've ever done, but it's also by far the most rewarding thing I've ever done. It's like, oh my goodness, what an experience. And just seeing the world through the eyes of a child again is so uplifting, and because being a kid, it's like everything's new. It's just like everything's so wondrous and neat. And I love showing my daughter things that she's never seen for the very first time. And whether that be like the big thing over the past month is going to movies together for the very first time, and her being able to sit still through a whole feature-length film. Not still. She isn't quite there yet, but she will make it through the whole movie. And so, I just think it's so much fun. Like, her and I just go on an adventure. We'll just go to down the street here to where City Hall is here in Vancouver and just explore the gardens. We'll be out for like 2 or 3 hours. You know, and I'm just fully present. I don't have... sometimes I'll bring a book. But most of the time I'm just sitting there, we're exploring together and looking at bugs and plants and you know, and I think, oh man, you know, all these hours I could be doing something else. I could be more productive. But it's also, it feels like it's very meditative, very good for my mental health to be not, like, it's very hard to do anything else than just be with her and be fully present. So, you know, it's kind of a little bit of a gift that I give myself to be there with her and explore those things. Okay, maybe I don't need all of that. I feel like I want to make this just a little bit more blue. Looked a little bit pale before, so... That's a little bit bolder. So this is really going to amplify the depth in this painting, which for some people there is going to make this painting better. You know, my goal is not never to like try to improve a work that I think needs some improving. So in that sense, it's going to disappoint me a little bit. I mean, obviously I could work on this and try to get it quote unquote right. But I'm not. It's not as interesting to me. Sometimes it's also good for, I get, you know, feedback from people saying, you know, watching you paint and seeing how you incorporate mistakes or just sort of go with the flow is inspiring. And so that's also, I kind of have that in the back of my mind when I'm painting. Things don't kind of go according to plan, and so it's a little bit more like my outlook on life anyway, that rarely do things go according to plan anyway, so plan to be surprised. Oh, that's way bolder, but if anything, that would be the area that probably needs to be lightened. If I should want to go that course. Ooh, that one's really bold too, even more bold. Okay. Oh, and there's Heidi in the chat. Chase says, I'm getting my paints ready for April 14th. It's a big day. What's happening on April 14th? Oh, you're excited for the upcoming eclipse. The eclipse is on the 8th, isn't it though? right? So what's happening on the 14th? Or is that where you're asking about kids? You have a kid on the way or something? April 14th. Oh, the date the Titanic sank. Oh, that's right. Yes, we were talking about doing maybe a Titanic themed artwork. It is on my list, but not for this year. But yeah, I'd be interested to see what you create. Okay, I'm gonna blow dry this. Yeah, let's blow dry this and just continue. I mean, I love the way this looks right now. It is different, though, than the original, especially these shapes. I think I'm going to lighten them up. But before I do, let's just keep moving forward. I'm going to paint the figure and the leaves back here. The only little bit of green in this painting, although there's some green in this brown. Actually, that's exactly what that looks like. It looks like there's green and then maybe brown painted over top of it. So let's do that green first. And that green, that's an odd green. What kind of green is that? Like, it kind of appears to me that it's a little bit of, well, I mean, let's do a little test here. We've got some warm blue and green. You can get that green. It's actually pretty close. I'm gonna put some cool blue into that same mixture. We need a bit of white in here. Okay, let's use this paint for these leaves. I think it needs to go the other way. So it looks like that top flower is a bit more of a cool yellow. And white. Man, it could still be I think I might have put a bit too much white in there. I think it could be a little bit more cool green in there. That's okay. That's okay. So let's go to figure's body now. And it's a similar kind of green that we just painted. We just need to mix more of it. Yeah, so how did I do that? That's... What did I use? I used my Cool Blue. Let's just make a bigger batch of it here. It's Cool Blue with my Warm Yellow. And no, not that much white, just a little bit of white. And actually, I'm going to add some matte medium. Oops. A little more than I expected, but that's okay. It's going to make this color a little bit more transparent. It's a little bit streaky. That's because I was using the matte medium, and I find that dries so quickly. So I think I'm going to do a second coat of... Yeah, let's do a second coat of it. Just get a little bit more even. Just going to take a bit of some white here. Just get a smaller brush. Kathy says, I just watched the speedboat video. Wow, no life jacket is all I can say. That's crazy stuff you do in your early 20s. How old was I when I did that? Okay, so I painted that in. If I was being really careful, instead of just painting white there where those feet are, I would have actually painted them my Imprimatura, my yellow, and then I would have painted the green over top. But I think it's going to be fine as it is. But just something to kind of consider if you do kind of make a quote-unquote mistake midway through your painting, that in order to kind of, and if you just sort of patch it up, it could look more obvious that something happened there unless you kind of restore the Imprimatura there. Especially if you're painting like I am with relatively transparent colors. Well, I'm painting with relatively transparent colors, but then I'm painting several layers on it, which sort of defeats the transparency of those colors. But I digress. Okay, so this is getting better where I can kind of more accurately see this painting. All that yellow is starting to disappear. We just have these things, and then I've got all the yellow completely covered. So maybe let's just dive in here. What color is that? Now that's a kind of looks like it was painted brown and then there's like a light gray wash or something over top. Now this looks like just the same gray that's on there. So this looks like it was kind of a brown, maybe even the same brown we're going to put over top of the figure. And then this is just a gray. So let's see, what is that? It's kind of a yellowish brown. So let's start with, I'm just going to take my yellow. You can see there's a little bit of blue on there. That's okay. So again, I got this thing here with, I'm going to put some, well, since I'm doing so much, I might as well just cover the whole thing with a little bit extra white there. Chase says, I'll send you my upcoming Titanic art on Facebook. That'd be awesome. So are you going to, this April 14th, is that the day the Titanic sunk? Or is that the day it left harbor in England? Or was it, I think it's, well, it left, did it start in England and then go to Ireland? And then come to, I think there was a couple stops in England or one in Wales or something. You probably know better than I, Chase. Oh, you know what? Let's, while that's drying, let's do this sponge. Not sponge, I think it's the soap. So that's basically just a gray. Let's just take some white. You can see that gray is kind of purpley. I don't mind, so that I could add more yellow in there, but we want it to be a little bit more of a bluish gray anyway. So rather than trying to get it to be a perfect gray, let's just mix that blue in there, and I think, you know what, that's probably good enough. Oops, of course it's not on camera, is it? Of course. So I think it could have even been more blue. I think I'm going to keep it like that for right now. And we'll see. Chase's Titanic left England on the 10th of April and then Ireland on the 11th. What year is the Titanic? Is it like 1911 or something, right? 1910? I think 1911, if I was to guess off the top of my head. I'm just going to quickly blow dry that. Kathy says, a very detailed painting. Wow, I can't wait to see it finished. I love the colors, but I gotta say good night now. Good night, Kathy. Thanks for keeping us company. Chase says 1912 was when the Titanic sank. Okay, 1912. Anybody remember where they were when they first heard the Titanic sinking? Anybody, part of the undead, a vampire who's been with us for hundreds of years? Anybody who was on the Titanic? You know, it's interesting here in Vancouver, there was a time when on my daily jog, I would jog through this cemetery here in Vancouver, which is a great place for jogging, by the way. It sounds kind of morbid, but cemetery is great. Usually nobody around, usually nice, soft pathways to run around on. Very peaceful and quiet, especially in a big city like Vancouver. And so as I would jog around these areas, I was like, well, I'm curious who's buried in the cemetery. Did a little research. There's a couple people that were on the Titanic who were buried in Vancouver. Obviously they survived, and one of them was like I think like a 8-month-old child or something that survived and was subsequently died, at age 100 or something here in Vancouver. Okay, let's zoom back out here. Okay, I mean, that green is not far off. When I was first painting it, it's like, wow, this is pretty wild. And then you realize, oh, actually, when I glaze over top of this, I gotta be careful not to go too far. It's gonna be just a very, very light brown that I put over here. Huh, very interesting. So I think let's do that. I think I'm just gonna mix a little bit more glazing fluid or brown. So let's take our warm yellow, a little bit of warm red, nice brown, but we're going to need to significantly dilute it. So I'm going to put a lot of glazing fluid in here. So this color is now going to be like you saw how much glazing fluid I put in there, so it's now maybe 80% glazing fluid to brown, right? The good thing about glazing fluid is because it's got chemical that slows the drying time down. It means if I make a mistake and everything below it is dry, I can just wipe it away as if, you know, like it's like the undo button. So in order to make sure, I'm going to blow dry that again and make sure it's as bone dry as possible. Okay, Chase says Milavina Dean was her name, and she was the last survivor of the Titanic and died in 2009. That's the woman buried here in Vancouver? Interesting. I thought that grave was a little older than that. That's possible. Okay, so let's bring up the original. And I'm going to use a bigger brush so that I have less streaks of paint on here. So it appears that, you know, my solution was maybe a little bit too diluted. Could have been stronger. Less glazing fluid. That's okay. I'm just going to continue. I'm going to paint the whole thing in anyway. Then we'll do another layer. We'll even mix it up again and do but, you know, this is part of the process. You know, I've been painting for decades, and even I can't just look at a painting and visualize, okay, I'm just gonna need this color, this ratio, and boom, it's gonna be perfect. I need to paint it so that I can see it. Okay, let's blow dry that. So that little bit of texture, a little something must have got caught in the paint there at one point. Just do a little repair there. I kind of scraped it and went scrape away, so I ended up just sort of trying to push it down and kind of flatten it, and actually that seemed to work. Okay, so I think I need to make this a deeper brown. And one thing, you know, if I look at these side by side, and if I squint my eyes at them, I want, and you can do this yourself, like, tell me which shape you think is the darkest thing in this picture. So when I look at Paul Ranson's original, the figure is certainly the darkest element, like especially even towards the bottom of the legs, right? Whereas mine, this is the darkest thing. So if I want to get this painting closer to the original, this is going to need to get darker than that, right? So, or conversely, this needs to get lightened up. Now, I like this color here, even though I think it is too dark. Kind of like it. I think this is going to need, I'm going to need to change that. But one thing at a time here. So to make a darker brown, I'm going to add a little bit more blue. Let's do this here. So not only is this a darker color, but there's also now more pigment in here. So the ratio of glazing fluid to paint is, there's now more paint. So before there was like 80% glazing fluid to 20% paint. Now I've got maybe 60% glazing fluid to paint. And the color is darker. And there's already an existing layer on there. So all those things mean it's possible that once I paint this, that I might go like, yeah, it's too dark now. It could swing in the opposite direction. So, ooh, okay. That's actually a little bit lighter, so I'm going to take even more blue. So I'm going to darken that brown. Oops. I'm going to add more glazing fluid back into this, because that was light. It seemed to almost be a little bit lighter and more opaque. So, ooh, that might be too dark now. Oh, you know what? I think that's going to be okay. Now there is that glazing fluid that I've painted there and then wiped it away. So what I want to do is I'm going to blow dry this so that, you know, those areas doesn't peel off. No, that's not it. That's not it at all. Although the wiping could work. So what this tells me is I need more glazing fluid and to be even darker. So let's take some more blue. So this is closer, not perfect, but I think, you know, at this stage, I'm like, yeah, you know what, good enough. Let's... I look at the clock and I'm like, oh, I've been painting for 3 hours, and I said I wanted to kind of try to wrap up in 3 hours, so... Okay, so it's different. It doesn't mean it's bad, but it is more brown than his. I could conceivably even add a bit of like a little bit of gray over top of it, or even maybe a super transparent black just to try to get rid of some of the saturation of my colors in here. But I also don't mind it like that either. You know, like, again, the main thing that I'm probably more concerned of in this painting, but in general, is just my value relationships, right? Is the thing, like, regardless of color, is that shape darker or lighter than the things around it? Because the color, you know, is obviously important, but one thing that you'll hear like art teachers talk a lot about is it's the value that is most important. That's why, you know, one of the old academic kind of assignments that you would be given in art school, even still to this day, would be to make paintings in black and white, right? And even like photography, like it's a great way to learn how to take photographs if you start with your camera on, or not start, but if you just use your camera in monochrome mode for a little while, or black and white mode, because then you really have to think about composition over color, and it can be very different. Sometimes people really struggle trying to take photographs in black and white. Okay, let's just take a look at these now side by side. So I feel much better about that now, because if I squint my eyes and I look at them, this is definitely now the darkest shape in this entire painting. It may even be a little bit too dark, which is why maybe I could even consider putting a little bit of a white glaze back over there. I don't think I will, but I could see why that might be helpful. I kind of like this, though, this weird greenish kind of person. Man, it's so hard to get it right? Okay. Just before I move on, I'm going to take my gray that I mixed earlier, and also, so this little sponge here, I'm going to take this gray, which is mostly dried up, which is actually fine because I want something relatively transparent. Yeah. Maybe it's a little bit too dark. Let's take just a little bit of black. That's good. It does need to get darker, but there is also lots of little things in there. So I'm going to glaze one more time over top of this, but I'm going to blow dry that first. Chase says, before I go, the painting looks good. I can't wait to see it tomorrow. Okay. Well, thanks for keeping me company, Chase. That was very interesting. Hearing about the Titanic, and good luck on that if I don't see you over the next couple episodes. Okay, let's look at that now, side by side. I think that's fine. Again, I'm going to be doing some little details in here, so maybe that's all I need. I guess well, yeah, I think that's probably good. Okay. So there is more stuff that I want to do here, but I'm going to move back to the background again. Things are going really well. I like where this painting's at the moment, but I do want to kind of come back to the background, mostly just so that I can add some of the details, like I guess, I don't know what you might say, the wallpaper. I think for the most part I'm pretty happy with the rest of this, but let's just compare. Let's see how they fare side by side. So earlier I was also thinking of maybe just doing a light glaze of this same blue over top of all of this area down here, just to make it a little bit more subtle. So maybe I'll do that just so you can see what that might look like. So this is the color that I used. So I'm going to take a good heaping of glazing fluid. All right, so okay. So in theory, it's not going to change the color of the darker areas there. It's just changing the color of the lighter blue. And I think it's doing a nice job. I think it's going to... I'm going to paint over the whole area down here just to unify it all, rather than... And it's also going to be much faster than if I just try to paint in and around things. So this is why I love glazing fluid. It's the easiest way to make pretty major changes in a painting. But again, if everything is nice and dry, I can do these changes and if I don't like it, I can just wipe it away like I did with that initial glaze on the figure's body. Wow, hopefully I got that muted in time before that epic sneeze just... overtook me. So I feel much better about this. Making the ground less bold. What it does is it really flattens this space. And, you know, bears repeating once more. You know, many people will be like, well, why on earth would you want to flatten the space? Wouldn't you want it to be as deep as possible? Well, again, that was not the priority of artists like Ranson at this time, and a lot of modern art. because they looked at, you know, the history of painting and like, well, that's been the history of painting for, you know, 1,000 years, well, not, maybe like 600 years. Let's try to go a different direction. That's great. That makes me really happy. I like that a lot. So that just shows the power of glazing fluid and how I can make that change. Like, imagine if the other option would be is I would try to mix the same, you know, the color that I used to paint, you know, these lines and things, and then I just go over top of every brush stroke that I did before, and no, it's not quite right. Let's do it again. Let's paint it again. And I could be here for another hour just doing that. Whereas that, what did that took me? 5 minutes. Awesome. Okay, let's blow dry all that, because one thing again, that glazing fluid can be kind of sticky because it's got chemicals that slow the drying time down, so it takes a little bit longer to blow dry something like that. Okay, so my next step is, well, I guess that's foreground. Okay, I might glaze this and just show you we can lighten, because glazing doesn't necessarily always mean we're going to darken things. But we'll come back to that. I want to paint these kind of darker shapes there. So this is my background color. Let's take our black. Let's mix this again. Black, a little bit of white. Oops. That might be a bit too dark, so let's put a bit more white in there. Bigger batch. Okay, where should we start? that's pretty good. Not too dark either. I think it's okay. You know, when it comes to like a little area like this, I think you can feel free to play pretty fast with the original, and you know, if you want to simplify it even further than this. Curious to see, do they all kind of line up as they go across? Kind of, don't they? They almost even actually seem to rise, whereas mine seems to kind of descend. Let's try to keep it. Mine are getting bigger and bigger. You know what? I'm gonna erase this here. Let's get most of that paint off. Right? And that didn't even have any glazing fluid in it. So this goes to show, like, you know, if you're working on something and it's not turning out the way you want, you don't have to just be like, ah, okay, I'm screwed, I gotta, you know, it's like, well, you can, if you're on top of it, wipe it away, try it again. Just be careful though, when the more you do that, the more you could end up creating a bigger problem for yourself, making something appear more you know, like kind of that it looks like you really worked at it. You know, same. It's like if you make a mistake. If anybody old enough remembers whiteout fluid, you know, sometimes that whiteout fluid really calls attention to things because, you know, it's got a texture to it and a color that might be slightly different than the paper. So sometimes you just have to show some restraint. So that one would be there. So the other one, okay, I'll show you these side by side. So that's there. The other one would be right in here. I think it's pretty wild that he actually did this right here. That's part of the pattern, and it's right where her hair is. I think I'm going to leave that alone. That is pretty weird, because if that was there, I'd expect that to be right there. Oh, that would be, so if that one would be right here. I mean, I'm going to paint this right here because that's what he did. But if we're going by the kind of pattern that he's kind of established, it seems to me to be wrong. And even what I've just painted is actually incorrect. I want to do what he's done with the hair there. I think I'm going to leave that. Now that one feels smaller now compared to the rest of them, so I'm just going to go up here. Okay, they're all a little bit different, but that's okay. His are also a little bit different. If I really wanted them to all be the same, I could just use my carbon paper and trace it out. But I'm not going to. Sorry, that's on my throat. Why did that? Oops, I guess that is okay. Jean says, "Hi, I learned so much by watching these. I appreciate this so much. Thanks. This looks great. Thanks, Jean. That's so nice of you for saying. I appreciate that. I hope you're doing well as well." Excuse me. Something in my throat here. Okay. I think I might be good with the background, ready to move on. So, let's come back to the background. And I think I just want to lighten up a few things. And then I think we're going to start getting ready to start doing some outlining around things. So let's take a look at both of them side by side. Because, yeah, I think my main things are these shapes on the left and right of the painting here. So this needs to be lightened up. Both of these things. I think I'm okay with the hair. This, again, is a little bit too dark, but not too bad. You know, I could glaze back over all of this and also darken that, but I think it's going to be okay. I think that's kind of nitpicky. But these shapes maybe are a little bit too much. I was contemplating, you know, I glazed with this same color down here of doing that over top of these shapes. So maybe let's just see what would happen if I was to do that. It might just work. So let's take this glazing fluid. I'm going to put that in. I'm also just going to take a little bit of my warm blue, so it's not just, I want to keep that color a foreground color. I'm going to lighten it up. So I've got, you know, maybe, is that changing it enough? Yeah, I think that's perfect, actually. So again, this is why glazing fluid should be on your shopping list if you don't already have it. Even if you're a beginner painter, I think, you know, it does seem kind of intimidating at first, but once you get a handle on it, like I see, like in my painting classes, my in-person classes, you know, there's some people like, oh, I can't use that stuff, it drives me crazy. And it can be a little bit tricky to get a handle on. But then I hear from similar people who are just like, oh my goodness, this is a game changer, it saved my life. Oh, I love this stuff. And also, this is far, far, far superior to using water to get, you know, what one might expect to be similar results. Water is going to make the paint more transparent, but also because it's going to start breaking down the bonds of the paint, it's possible that you start to see kind of the grain, like literally of the pigment, starts to kind of break down and become kind of sandy almost. And that can be pretty frustrating if that's not what you want. Okay, much better. I almost want to do another layer of that. Especially down here. It seemed like this, maybe as I was painting, got a little bit more of that previous color in there, which contained more white, so that might have lightened that up. Let's blow dry it and take another look and just think. Okay, I think I am going to do a second layer here. Don't want to do that again to the top. I don't know, I kind of do now. Now that I see how that's working. That's cool. That's working better. I like that now these two blues are much closer in value. They look different. I mean, there's no confusing that there's two different colors here. This is a different shape, but now they're just closer and less contrast. I think I'm going to keep this one where it is. So, you know, this one appears more saturated, this one a little bit less so, and this one even less. And that even makes sense because that's a little bit further backwards in space. It does make me feel like, do I want to, while I'm doing all of this, I could glaze with just my warm blue over this. Or is it good enough? Might be good enough. Maybe I should just move on. But man, that's satisfying. That pulls it together. I mean, I am also, while I'm thinking that, like, do I want to glaze over the background? Do something there as well. You know, I could glaze with my original background color over all of that. You know what? I think it's okay. It would look a little bit more like the original. But I want to do it. This is kind of the time to do it, too. Oh, it's so hard to decide. Like, basically, what if I took a color like this and glazed over top, what it would do is it would lighten these, which I think they could use a little bit of lightening, and simultaneously darken it. So it would kind of do two things. It would just sort of flatten that out. Maybe I should do it, since I've been glazing everything already. Also, it appears that this color should be darker than this color. But value, well, yeah. Yeah, you know, why not? Let's, if we're going to do all this, we might as well just keep on going, right? Okay, so to do that, here's our background color. I could just try glazing with that. So sorry, this is the color I used to paint this. What if I took that color, mix it in with the color I was just using to paint this, and add even just a little bit of that. Let's do it. Why not? Like, I think to myself, well, now this is getting really complicated. This makes it more difficult for a beginner painter, Michael. And then I think, well, I might have already crossed that line an hour ago. So who are we kidding here? You know, if you're afraid you might go too dark, just add more glazing fluid to it. Just dilute it even more. That's going to make whatever you do less noticeable. So far, I'm liking it. It's often hard to tell what actually happened until you blow dry it. Or until it dries, I guess. Sometimes it appears to be lighter or darker. And think this is having a very subtle effect. I mean, I think it's working. I mean, I think basically what it's doing here is making maybe a 5% shift in the value towards something a little bit darker. And then also lightening up these bird wallpaper by like 5%. So it's doing its job. The question is it enough? Like, I don't think it's too much, which is a good thing, right? If we're worried about kind of going overboard. Well, I haven't done that. You know, we can also see, like, if I paint it on my skin, you can see there is paint there. It's not like there's nothing there. So I am modifying the painting. It's just at a very, yikes, minimal level. Forgot that was still wet. Huh. Oh well, I think we're going to draw over top of that. Let's try to draw a line right over top of that little smudge that I made. I mean, I could do another layer of that. Maybe I should. I do feel like I'm drawing out this episode that I thought was going to be 3 hours, and here I'm 5 hours in. Just another day. Okay, I mean, there's some streaks there, but those are just areas where the paint, the glazing fluid's still a little bit wet. I could sit here and blow dry it for another 5 minutes, try to get rid of that, but just as long as I'm careful, I think it's going to be okay. Now, that last step I did, it did make a change, but so subtly. But it is what it is. I think it's fine. Let's just move on. Does this sponge need to be grayed down? I think actually I could take... Does that become too dark? It's a little bit dark. That's probably good. Let's move on. Let's, well, maybe the flower, should we make that a bit brighter? Maybe. Let's, in fact, since we've been doing all this glazing, let's just glaze a little bit with this. Let's take our white and yellow. Actually, that might be a bit too much. Let's just take a little bit of blue. Ah, it should be a little more green. You know what? I don't mind it like that. Do I? Do I want it to be a little more greenish? It was a little bit more greenish. I think I'm good. I'm good. Let's, I feel like I've been being a bit of a perfectionist tonight. Let's move forward. Okay. I think we're ready to do outlining. Sorry, that probably sounds really loud when I clear my throat right next to my microphone. My apologies. So my next question to myself is, do I want to use Posca pens for this? I gotta say, I kind of like the painting like that. Obviously, that's not the way it looks when it's finished, but I don't mind it like that at all. So if I do want to use Posca pens, what I need to do is I need to blow dry this because I don't want any wet paint, because that wet paint will ruin my pens. Right? Even though these are acrylic pens, they still kind of work like pens. And if you get paint, other kinds of paint on the tips, it'll ruin them. Right? It's kind of like they're weird. Even though it's acrylic paint, it's kind of like a Sharpie slash pen. I don't know how to explain them. You have to use them. We'll see here. Okay, so how about let's do another sliding. Now what I want to do is just do some outlining on this painting, and so that will bring us pretty close to the end. So, I mean, obviously it's going to probably take 45 minutes to do this, but it would certainly save us a lot of time using Posca pens than if we did this with a paintbrush. Now, there might be times where I might want to actually use a little bit of a paintbrush just to get a little bit more of a painterly mark, but I think for the most part, we'll just use Posca pens. Now, the one thing I don't like about Posca pens is how they tend to they look very different from, like, they'll look fine from one angle, but from the side they look extremely matte. And I love matte. I generally kind of go for all my materials are basically matte, like matte glazing fluid or satin glazing fluid, same thing, matte medium. My acrylic paint, when it dries, looks very matte, but Posca pens look super matte. So I almost like it if it was a little bit more glossy. I tend to dislike glossy paints. So let's look at this. Where should we even begin? Doesn't really matter. We're gonna have to touch everything at some point. I might, though, start kind of center and then work my way outwards, so I don't have to reach over anything to get at the middle. So maybe I'm going to start up here. Maybe let's zoom in. Okay, so this is my black Posca pen. So you can see how, that really pops. Like all of a sudden it's really, really bright on there. It's I'm not the happiest about that, but because it looks so dominant. Now, I mean, it kind of looks like I used a pen to outline it, quite frankly, right? I mean, things that we can do to kind of make it look a little bit more painterly would be to, let's see, make some areas a little bit, I don't know if I'm sure. Let's just keep it there. Okay. So this area. So I'm just eyeballing this. I don't have any pencil lines that I can see from my image transfer underneath this. The inside there is done with blue Posca pencil. Okay, I'm going to wait for that to dry. I'm going to come back to the face here. In fact, I'm going to skip over the face for a few minutes here. I'm looking for landmarks that I can use here. Cleaning the tip off there. So where does this go? I think... Huh. Let's see, where's her? Like the way that these limbs cross over one another like this is so beautiful. I really feel like I'm doing it very good justice. I mean, as I'm doing this, I'm like, you know what? I should have just shown people how to draw, to use the template again and do another tracing over top of this, but alas, it just occurred to me now. So, not too late, but I'm already doing this. Ah. Ugh. Where is that? That's... a little bit clumsy, but it's going to be okay. Now I could go over some of these lines with a paintbrush just to make them look a little bit more organic. Jean says, I like the hands and feet together on the ground as though this person is another garden plant planted. I agree 100%. Yeah. Especially when it's just like, when you kind of squint your eyes and just look at it, it just looks like this shape, this organic shape. It doesn't look like a human. I think that's really kind of one of the wild things with this work for sure. Oops, I went in the wrong direction. Oops. Well, there you go. So I do all those with some blue lines. One thing that also makes it difficult when you use these Posca pens is that they kind of bounce around on an uneven surface, which this one, you know, I have quite a lot of texture here, and it poses a bit of a challenge for this pen, as opposed to a brush, which is more likely to kind of just glide around on the surface. Let's just zoom out here. You know, so I like it. I like the way it's turning out, but it is different, right? Those bold lines are much more apparent than in Paul's original painting here. I might leave those guys back there unoutlined. I think the next thing I want to do is draw so I'm going to use a ruler that is kind of a little bit raised, right? This little piece of cork under keeps the ruler from the edge anyway from laying straight against the surface. It's a little bit tricky because my lines, the painted lines, aren't super straight to begin with. kind of stuck to the surface, so I just want to be sure that that doesn't mean there's some paint or something stuck to the bottom. Then I'm going to imprint on the layers below. Oh, crap. I just realized those lines. I don't think there's any way to fix that, but yeah. Okay, well, I wanted these to, yeah, darn it. Didn't even. It's like the carpenter's thing, right? Measure twice, cut once. In that instance, I just cut, measured. I didn't even measure, I just did it. Such a bummer. You know, I could try to wipe that away, but it's one of those things where sometimes trying to clean, fix a mistake can make that mistake 10 times worse. So sometimes the best option is just to roll with it. Just gotta accept it for the way it is. Not everything turns out the way we want it to. It's such a minor detail. Most people have no idea. But, when you're working on something for 5 hours and you miss something kind of obvious like that, it's a little irksome, to say the least. You know, I'm not pressing very hard at all, but it does kind of, as it goes across the canvas, it is still kind of cuts a little bit into the surface and gathers a little bit of paint on the tip of the Posca pen there. So occasionally kind of going back over and trying to clean that up is good. In fact, let's oops. What's kind of, I've been using this single Posca pen for about probably over a year now, and I'm actually surprised at how well it's lasted. I thought it would was sort of like you use it once and then it's going to dry out and be totally useless. But to my surprise, it's lasted quite a while. I mean, it's definitely appearing to be on its last legs at the moment. But after I clean it off, it seems to kind of be useful again, so that's sloppy. Very sloppy, Michael. Oh, can't always be not everything you do is going to be a masterpiece, right? But I totally believe in just keep moving forward. Don't get caught up in trying to endlessly fix things. I might go over some of these blue lines with a paintbrush here. Jean says, good night. Looking forward to seeing the final version tomorrow. Have a great night, Jean. Thanks for keeping me company. I appreciate that. Okay, let's continue sketching this. So right now I'm mostly just sort of creating guidelines for myself. My blue lines are barely showing up, and I don't think I want to do dark black lines over here. Okay, so most of those things are totally invisible, which is fine. Let's come back here. So, what color do we want to use for these blue lines? We want to use a warm blue. There's still a few people hanging on, watching, or falling asleep. As that tends to be a popular thing to tune in and fall asleep to me painting. Which brings new meaning to the idea of watching paint dry. Watching or dreaming while paint dries. I am a little bit tempted to go back over a lot of my outlines with paintbrush. Which would of course add another hour minimum on top of this painting. And here I thought it would be done nice and early and I could spend the rest of the night working on tomorrow's feedback episode. I'm kind of deliberately not looking at comparing them at the moment, because I think they've started to really diverge. You know, which is fine, but, you know, when it starts to diverge like this, and if I keep comparing it to the original, then it's going to make me feel really terrible about myself. So I think the better option is to press forward. And see where we come out. I don't know what this thing is, if this is supposed to be some sort of wood texture or what it is that he was painting there. Okay, let's clean this brush. I might end up doing some black outlining. Android Play says, I started watching your beginner's drawing course yesterday. You're an amazing teacher. Or I think it was a drawing course. I guess I just made that assumption. Thank you very much. That's very sweet of you to say. Good luck on the course. Keep us posted. Post some of your artwork to the Facebook group. Tomorrow we're doing a free feedback episode, and if you want any encouragement or advice on how to improve on what you've got so far, and that's what I'm here for, to help you along your creative journey. Let's get some of these shapes here. Those are much more bold than I would like them to be. It's almost to the point where I would consider maybe I could have glazed over top of this, but the one thing is these things don't do well with paint over top of them. They tend to kind of get crouchy and want to smudge and smear around. Okay. Okay, I feel like I want to do some more outlining. Maybe I'll just go right into my black here. So now these lines are definitely wider, but they're also maybe just slightly lighter. They're not quite as dark. I could get my black tube of paint out for this to get a darker black than the one I'm painting with currently. But I actually kind of like that this is slightly lighter. So it's not quite so bold. Now, even though I'm going over top of some of these black lines, it doesn't mean that the black lines I drew that was a waste of time. It's like it's actually helping this process. Some of these outlines are pretty sloppy. That's okay. Now I kind of wish I did these lines down here with a blue Posca pen as opposed to the black. Not a big deal. I mean, whatever, nothing ever seems to ever go exactly the way we want, right? In paintings, I think, never more so is that more true, but when it comes to making art. You set out with a goal, and things turn out differently. And all of a sudden you're asking yourself, how did I get here? This is not where I planned on being. Makes me think of David Byrne, Talking Heads. You may ask yourself, how did I get here? These going back over with a brush is really helping. Do I wish I had done this from the get-go? Well, it does make me, I often think whenever I use a Posca pen, this is making my life easier, at least on the outset, but is it making the painting better? That's the question. lot different now. Ah! Okay. I think that's probably good enough. Okay, it took twice as long as I expected to, but we've made it to the end of the episode. Didn't turn out the way I was expecting either, but I don't think that means it's necessarily a bad painting, just different than the original. So let's take a look. Let's examine these side by side. There's the original. Oh, just before I do want to just quickly remind people to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell, and if you want to subscribe or you want to support the channel with a small donation, consider leaving $1 or $2 through PayPal. Send an e-transfer through email or check in the mail. My email is on the Facebook group and my website. Those links are down below. Again, if you want to send a check, that's the best way to do it. YouTube Super Chat works when we're live, but they take 40% of your donations. So, and again, I'm super grateful for those donations when they arrive. It helps keep all of this going. I wouldn't still be doing this 4 years later if it wasn't for your support, so thank you. Okay, so there's the original, and then there's my version. Obviously, I kind of went a little nuts with my outlining. Those black, dark outlines do change this painting quite a lot. Instead of having this very kind of delicate, almost, you know, those in the original painting by Paul Ranson, there's, you know, there is outlines obviously, but they're very thin, and because all those colors are, all those blues are very similar value, it starts to kind of bleed together and look kind of out of focus or something. Whereas mine, everything looks like in very sharp focus. The thicker those outlines are, the more they bring attention to themselves. You know, and there's also even just the colors I use have a greater degree of difference in value. So, you know, I'm kind of disappointed in myself about that, but it's not the end of the world. Right? I think as time goes on, I think I'll appreciate this painting more when it's not right next to the original side by side like that. So, let's dive in here and just sort of do a little close-up. Oops. So to begin with, we've got this, I think it's some sort of like water jug, you know, you can see, you know, some of the differences here. You know, his line went exactly the opposite way, and there's mine. You know, all of those blue lines in there, actually, I don't mind if those are a little bit different, because just the way that he did those It was very expressive and very fun, so I'm going to leave that like that. I think that's fun. Again, these outlines that I did, you know, not too long ago, I really should have done those with my blue Posca pen as opposed to the black. They stand out a little bit too much, and they were even kind of nice unpainted or unoutlined. I think that worked kind of well. Let's just go across to the other side. You know, now that this is so dark and outlined, it really brings more attention to this shape down here. I think in the original one, the fact that this sort of looks like a snake head at the bottom, it's not so evident, so it kind of has a little bit more mysterious, whereas mine, it makes it much more plain, more obvious. I don't know, you tell me if better or worse. We'll look at the body here. I'm actually pleased with the color that I got here. It's pretty close. It's obviously more opaque, whereas his looks very transparent. It's probably what he was doing was painting and wiping some paint off, because it looks so yeah, it just looks like it's like a staining of the canvas. So I like that I've got those colors. You know, I started with a green, and then I put a couple layers of brown over top. And I think that was quite effective. You know, perhaps this hair would, you know, this is my ultramarine blue, but you could see when I added a little bit of white and black to it, it's gone a little bit purple. That might have been the warm red that I had in my black mixture that made it go a little more purple. Maybe. Let's look at the rest of her body. I mean, another thing too is her face. Like, actually, this area right here is not hair. It's actually one of these, I don't know, patterns, bird patterns or lily patterns that are in the background. So he, you know, pretty audacious to paint that right next to the face, where it could be confused as hair. But, you know, that's the difference between a master and me. I would never have done that. I'd be like, oh, it's going to be too confusing. I can't pull that off. Well, he did. Let's look at... So her face on mine is a little bit, you know, it's I mean, the original's lacks features, but mine is even more undefined. Oh, I'm yawning a little bit here. I like all of this. I love the way he drew the female body there. It's just, those lines are just perfect. There's only a few of them, but every single one is in the perfect place. Let's go up here top left and just look at what I've got going on there. Again, the original painting, you know, kind of cut off pretty much like right through there. So I've added all of this extra space, and so things obviously took a little bit of a change. This is all in the image Photoshop. That's, anyway, yeah, it's okay. That flower looks more yellow than you remember I might have glazed some yellow and white, a little bit of blue in there, but it's certainly gone much more cool yellow. And then in this, I don't know if it's a blanket or a towel or a snake or all of the above kind of combine into one thing. You know, when it's up close, mine kind of looks a little bit sloppy. You know, I don't mind it when it's further away. Up close, yeah, I'm like, part of that is because when I was eventually got to that point, I started to kind of have doubts about the painting. I was like, kind of lost it a little bit. You know, I'm going to see it through, but, you know, I'm not going to spend all night long working on it. I still somehow managed to spend almost 7 hours working on it, but, yeah. That's the thing with making art. You just feel compelled to do something, and you want to see it through. It grabs hold of you. It's addictive, and you just want to keep painting. There's worse things to be addicted to than painting. Okay, so there they are side by side. I'm going to be happy with this, you know, a little bit later on tonight when I'm not looking at them side by side like that. I've certainly done worse things in my life than this. It's not my greatest achievement, but it's also not nothing to be embarrassed about, I guess, I suppose. Okay, so that takes us to the end of today's episode. We'll be back here tomorrow afternoon to look at your work. So if you haven't already joined the Facebook group and uploaded some of your most recent drawings and paintings to the group, do that now, because right after this I'm going to be sitting at a computer for probably half of the night, gathering all of your images together and organizing them so that we can celebrate them tomorrow. So thank you to those of you who kept me company through this long episode, and have a wonderful evening. Thank you for making art, spreading your passion for art around your families and communities, amongst your friends. The more people who are making art, the more beautiful our world would be, and I'm convinced the more peaceful of a world we would have if more people had a creative outlet for their feelings and emotions and thoughts. I think it would be a game changer. So you're doing the world a favor by helping to set an example for others. Have a great night, everybody. We'll see you again tomorrow.